Jason with the 39-month tier 1 sub. Hello.
Hello.
I don't fully understand what happened to my seat to do this to me. It does bother me, just a little bit, just a tiny bit. I've adjusted the lumbar support right now, so I'm hopeful that that's gonna do it for me. Also, hi everyone, welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're all doing a-okay. Also, hands, come on. There we go. But yeah, welcome, welcome. Happy Monday. It's probably Sunday, like, night for a lot of you, but happy Monday all the same. Good bimbo rating there, Omega. Wonderful to see you. Jason, thank you so much for subscribing for the last 39 months. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. That was really nice of you. So yeah, so today was like so I've turned off all the Macro March, like, stuff. Like, the thing that's like, oh, hey, you're gonna do, like, you know, all the bigger thingamadiggies and all that kind of nonsense. Because, like, I was kind of done with Macro March, last weekend. And, like, the weekend that we just had and such like that. 39, that's more than 3 years. Yeah, I've been streaming for close to 4 years now, maybe 5. I'll need to double check, because I'm pretty sure I got started in, like, 2020... Yeah, I've been streaming for over 3 years onto 4 years, because I got started back in, like, you know, I want to say 2021? Maybe? So 2022, 2023, 2024, 2020... Yeah, 2025 will make 4 years. So, yeah. No, I've been around the block for quite a bit, which, you know, that's obviously going to surprise... I keep looking over. There's, like, some weird fly thingamadiggy up on my wall there. But, yeah, like, a lot of people don't really catch on to this because of, you know, with the number of followers, the people following right now, but some of you have actually been here for, like, a dedicated amount of time. Like, some of you have been here for several years. Like, I'm not, like, I'm not a flashy new VTuber streamer. I've been, like, kind of fairly into it. I've kind of passed the... I remember there was a chart. Hang on, I'll need to find this chart. There was, like, this little thing about, like, how long, like, a streamer stays streaming or something like that. Because it used to be that the average was, like, oh yeah, like, most of them will be around for, like, you know, 2 to 3 years or something like that. Like, hang on a second. Streamer retention... years, like, hang on, give me a second. Twitch streamer retention years. Where is it? Someone... Also, hands, come on. Keep track of my hands, please. Like, it's not that hard. There was, like, a, how long do Twitch streamers stream till? Years. Alright, so where is... Approximately 3 hours. How long do keep old games? How many years is Twitch? What is the longest time someone has streamed? What for 1,000? Nah, here's, like, I remember someone had a thing where it was like, how many, like, hang on a second. How many Twitch streamers stop streaming? Like, maybe that's the thingy? Sure, let's go with LinkedIn. Zach Busey. Oh, interesting. He's done a Threads. So, the actual chart of people who quit by time frame. I saw a chart this morning created by chat with no, but it didn't look right. A mini thread. This is what the chart looks like when you plot it across 2017 until January. This percentage dropped steeply in January 2020 because Twitch improved data tracking for channels with 0 to 2 views. While the original poster only engaged in clout farming at no one's expense, it didn't cause harm to make something optimistic. I just wanted to present the accurate data. Okay, so from the looks of it, so shows the percentage of streamers who remained active by time frame based on when they started streaming. So January of 2017 today. So I got started back in January of it was either January or I know I became an affiliate in like April, I think it was. Actually, no, I think my account was made in April. Also, why is my frames like this? Cookie for the Hawaiian pizza. Here's your cookie. So April like 2021, which is around about here. It's around about this line here. So about 15% of people are done, like they're like after 3 years they're kind of done. 25% in 2 years. Like, so there's a significant drop off because Twitch enabled data tracking on channels. Before that it was 3+ only, so it totally became more accurate. So yeah, so there was like in 2022 like there was a huge drop off, and yeah, it looks like the reason why is because they were able to keep track of like 0 to 2 like viewer streamers. But yeah, like me, I am in a very like I have been around for a good whiles. So if anyone was like interested in the post or what have you, here it is here. That's what I was looking at here, where because like originally someone did a thing where like they used like so like someone was using like Chat GPT earlier, and yeah, in 2020 it became more reliable because it tracked streamers with 0 to 2. Before that, it only tracked 3+. They've included both combined for the whole picture. So yeah, so I was like, you know, 2021 kind of person. Yeah, like 80% of people just quit after 3 years. And then from 2022, like the numbers became a lot more accurate. So yeah, like 80%, like it's crazy to think that like, you know, a good like 2/3 of streamers are just done after 3 months. And then as you get to like 6 months, it like goes up to like, you know, 70%. After a year, that's 3/4 of the people that started then. And then, yeah. So kind of crazy that, you know, that's where some people are and such like that. Oh, would you look at that? Zach Busey also posted their thing in, what's Mahoozies? Good for them. But yeah, so no, I've been at it for a while, which for, you know, a lot of people who do streaming and such, like, it is a big question mark of, like, you know, whether or not, you know, it's worth doing it. But I personally like streaming. There are aspects of streaming that I can totally get behind, which is usually the, just being able to, like, play the video games that I have, and then just sort of cheekily do a little bit of socializing while I play the video games. Granted, there is a danger of like parasocial relationships forming because that has happened in the past. But no, like I would like if I wasn't streaming, I would just be playing video games all the time. Like that's what it would be. I will be real. It was very tempting for this week because because this is basically the last week that I am okay for being on all 3 of my meals being a shake diet. So for the last 3 months, close to 3 months now, I have had a very low calorie shake diet for my breakfast, a very low calorie shake diet for my lunch, and a very low calorie shake for my dinner. All 3, you're shaking it up. Da-dun-tis, yeah. So yeah, it was very tempting shaking it up by like not like going for a quick break this week and being like, hey, I'm just gonna be, you know, going ham into my exercise when I get out of work this week. So it was very tempting, like after I was done with work today, to be like, oh no, I'm not gonna stream. I'm gonna be on this treadmill that you guys gifted me, and you know, I'll be on that for like, you know, at least like 30 minutes to an hour or something like that before I go to bed. Because one of the goals that I had before I had to get off the shake diet was to get under 100 kilograms. Saturday and Sunday, I went through a lot more sort of like just like cardio. Like I did like, you know, easily like 50 minutes to an hour at least of exercise of like just walking on the walking pad. And this morning, I got down to 99.65 kilograms. So right now, however, like after a day of like, working, sitting at a desk, drinking water, having my shake, and having a can of Coke to keep me awake, I'm now back over 100 kilograms, which isn't so great. But the point is that I was able to like, cross under the 100 kilogram mark. So I betcha, um, after this week, if I do put in the effort after work on the days that I don't need to work to do the whole like, oh yeah, let me do a little bit of extra walking, what have you, I bet you I will stay under 100 kilograms even after like going into like the two shakes, one meal diet starting next week. I kind of want to get to it sooner, personally speaking, so then that way I can try and enjoy food with family and friends sooner because I have a trivia night that I'm attending tomorrow. My sister is visiting me Saturday morning, which is why when you look at the stream schedule on Blue Sky, you'll see that I'm not streaming on Saturday morning like I normally do. I'm going to be streaming Saturday evening, and it's going to be the Final Fantasy XIV content. But yeah, so it's been very tempting, and I wanted to do that if I was certain that even after today, I was going to be under 100 kilograms, which I didn't stay under 100 kilograms after the day, so which is not too like I should have expected that I would get a little bit of weight gain, like just from the simple fact of me getting up for work, me drinking my shake, drinking a soda, drinking water, like all of these things were going to contribute to me putting on at least 500 grams. So yeah, it is what it is. But, I think I did fairly all right. And, like it's all about, doing like trying to find a balance in the long term. I'm not entirely enthusiastic of like having to do hour-long cardios every second day or every day in order to help me like keep losing weight or to maintain weight. I would love for it to be like I would love for the walking pad to be used for like, losing weight, especially if I go through a bit of a binge. I don't want it being like, oh, I'm going to have to do this every day if I want to stay, under 99 kilograms or something like that. So, but, we all have sacrifices to make. We all have to live in reality and actually keep, a work life, food and exercise balance. We don't all get to, just have the jacked up metabolism where we can eat whatever we want and we're just awake all hours of the day and able to do our work like, at 100% speed and what have you. I have no idea who in my stream or in my chat over there can do it, but I know there's one of you that has like jacked metabolism right now and you're just like you're able to eat whatever you want with no weight change. Darn you. All right. Now then, it is time. It is time that we get started on a new video game. Now, I say get started on a new video game, and the reason why I'm saying get started on a new video game... hang on. Ding, donk. Resolution is automatic. Sure. Start. So yeah, now, it's a double-edged sword some days. Darn you, Velk. Maybe. I guess so. Alright, it's going full screen, so there might be a little bit of problems going off. Unless my PC decides to crash. No, it has not yet, so we're doing okay there. Alright. Come on, game. You can do this. You can do this, game. You can do this. Maybe I should have gone, like, instead of full screen, I should have been, like, borderless window or something like that. Come on, game. Oh, is my PC cooking right now? It really smells like it. Goodness gracious. We're getting into winter. Why is my PC still getting toasty during, like, the fall season? God damn it. Game, come on. Grant is joining the Mafia family. Wonder where his stand is. Nah, you're thinking of the JoJo. You're thinking of the Golden Wind. Also, game, come on. Is it just taking forever to load? Is that it? Come on, game. You know what? It's at this point that I force close it. Because it's clearly causing problems. It doesn't know what it's doing right now. Come on. Mafia, Definitive Edition, end task. There we go. So, I'm going to run the program again, and I'm going to change it from being like a borderless full screen thingamadiggy, into being like a full screen thingamadiggy, into like a borderless full screen thingamadiggy. So yeah. Also, hi there, Dan Mix. Peck dance for your birthday? Oh, is it your birthday today? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Tan Mux Durgy. Happy birthday to you. Alright, full screen off. Resolution 2560 by 1440p. VSync off. Subtitles are on. We go back. We hit start. Alright. Okay, so now it does its thing, but it's not like a borderless full screen. That was not ideal. Now comes the part where I go to the PC gaming wiki and it explains to me how to do the borderless full screen. Because I know that's going to be a thing. Let's see. I don't know if is the game working for you guys? Told it to do PC capture, but it's not capturing anything. Doesn't look like it is. Multi-monitor, ultra-wide screen. Exclusive full screen also support. Okay, so how do you do... Game can run in borderless full screen window mode. It doesn't explain to me how. Is it going to explain to me how? Run the game at screen refresh rate and full screen. Ignores settings and forces 60 Hz while in full screen as long as it's supported by the monitor. Add Windows 7 support, which is not available for Windows. It's still possible. There's a workaround. Broken cloth sim. Adjust the golden rectangle. I'm just gonna hit enter at all of these settings here. Unless, is it not gonna... Okay, cool. Options. Display. We're not gonna go noir mode. Toggle window borders. There we go. That does it. Also, let's... Cool. Alright, so it stopped the music. Hey, you can see the game now! You say old Mafias aren't JoJo references? Not all Mafias are JoJo references. Alright, there we go. Adjust the rectangles. There we go. Alright. Optimal, depth of field, motion blur off. We don't need you doing motion blur bullshit. If the screen is gonna blur on me, then the screen is gonna blur on me, okay? Alright. Complete the first chapter to unlock free ride. Ah, okay. So yeah, okay. Disclaimer. I have not played the Mafia series before. I have not played Mafia 1, 2, or 3. I know what the Mafia is about IRL because, you know, they're organized crime and what have you. I've seen American Gangster and a lot of other Mafia films like The Godfather. I know they're not good people, so it's always a fun thing of you just deciding to play an average Joe and suddenly you're in the Mafia. Sits in a big chair. You come to me during my Battle Pass grind to ask me for a favor. Alright, here we go. So we got classic. Looking for a classic challenge. So enemies are lethal. Police respond to more crimes. There's fewer UIs. Ammo left in the clip is lost when reloading. Okay, color me curious then. Choose whether none of this can be skipped. Tutorials are shown. Alright, I'm gonna go classic. Hopefully this is not a problem. 2K presents. I hope you enjoy it. It's good. Well, I better, because Mafia Monday sounds like you know, sounds like a really cool title, and it will be really annoying if this is the first and only Monday where I decide to do a Mafia game. And there's 3 of these. Now, are they gonna give us, like, a legitimate city, or is this, like, a made-up city? Holy shit, that's an old car. US Mail definitely needs to update their fleet. Oh man, I didn't know what game I was playing. Thank you for reminding me after like the 4th title. Andrew Bongiorno. I'm probably saying that incorrectly, but okay. Jeremy Luke as Paul Lee. Is this video gonna be a little bit funky? Depeta. Jesus Christ, the VAs have, like, more Italian-esque names. Don Sullery. Okay, no, that's about even. Did they, like, push for Italian representation? They were like, alright, Tony, you're gonna be playing a man named Frank. You see the escape croc on the news? All crocs are free. I don't know what you're on about. Oh, is someone adding me in the Discord to point out the, No, once again, it's doing a little bit of funkies. Alright, cool, I can pause it. Nice. Okay, now comes the important question. Is there a video issue? So, you can remove film grain, but I don't think that's important. Essential improvements. Skip the intro video. Use a modified BIC file. Download, paste into the... When prompted, it will still play. Patch the game with a hex edit. And replace the values or delete the SDRS video... logo. With this method, the audio from intro won't play. Okay, that's not important. So, from the sounds of it, there isn't, like, anything explicitly wrong with the, There isn't anything explicitly wrong with the video playing, it seems. Alright. We're just getting ourselves, like, a lovely treatment of whatever city this is. Robert Catrini is Luigi. Solstein is Don Morello. It was only a tiny croc. Ah, okay. Hi there, Big DJ. Welcome to the stream. This is my first time playing a Mafia game. Did no one wear casual outfits? Okay, now we're in the game portion of the game, it seems. I notice there's a dip in quality when that happens.
Thomas Angelo.
Detective Norman.
You alone?
No self-respecting badges coming in here unless it's the health inspector. What can I get you?
Just a coffee. Thanks. Dip your beak. No, thanks. Suit yourself. So, you said on the phone you might have a proposition for me. That's right.
He reminds me of an actor.
Train, you called the wrong cop. I'm not looking for any associates. Good. Because I'm on the nut. Can't even pay for the coffee.
He's on the
But
nut.
I got plenty to trade. Let's hear it. How long you been in town? 3 years. Caught my teeth in Empire Bay. Well, they handed you the Morello case. Right out of the gate. That's what the paper says, ain't it? And what's it to you? Tough break. Case must be getting pretty cold by
I'm trying to remember, like,
Or you got something.
this is gonna be a problem. I'm gonna be like
Yeah.
looking at this guy, and he's gonna remind me of some some American actor.
Some sort of immunity. None of that. I got people I need to protect. Families. Always the Achilles heel, ain't it? So who you got? A sick ma or a wife and a litter of kids? Wife and daughter. And no one else to watch your back, I'm guessing. Wouldn't be here otherwise. Pity that. Pa always said a man needs friends if he's going to survive in this world. Yeah. Well.
Hang on. I need to, like, it's bumpy. I'm not a huge fan of bumpy. It's not even using that much of my GPU, apparently. Actually, hang on, let me see.
In my world, it's the other way around. No surprise there. Look, I can't promise anything for your family, not until I hear what you're trading. So, are you talking? Or are you just killing time before they come for you? You think I'm on the run? Oh, I know it, Tommy. Jesus, look at you. Surely gassed. You haven't slept for days. And your neck's got to be aching from all that looking over your shoulder you're doing. No, the way I figure it is you got someone powerful mean on your tail and they ain't giving up until you end up in the river.
Like, yeah, it makes no sense. Like, 5% of my GPU on this thing.
5 steps. But, yeah, you stick around, you tell me your story, and maybe you got a shot at living long enough to walk that girl of yours down the aisle. Either way, looks like I'm buying you a cup of coffee. Christ, I don't know how everything got so balled up. No one ever sees the haired pen until it's too late. But you didn't get handed a heater in the nursery, did you? No. I was a cab driver back in 30.
Okay.
I mostly drove nights, because the money was better. It was at the end of one of those shifts, when I first met Polly and Sam.
I might need to lower the quality if it's gonna be doing this. Wilhelm scream there.
Get up, Polly! There's a taxi here! We'll be okay! Move it! Come on! Ah.
Where to?
Anywhere. Fast! I got a gun pointed at you. They catch up, we're dead. But you don't get to walk away.
I don't want any trouble.
Well, you got trouble. Drive. How the hell they know we'd be there? It doesn't matter now. We just gotta lose them. How many cars we got following? One for now. But there'll be more.
Where is he? Hold tight. I'm gonna try something.
Who were those guys?
You don't get to ask questions. We need to get over the river. Take the Giuliani Bridge.
Oh, okay.
Your leg okay up there?
Hurts like hell.
You got a death wish or something?
Oh, this is gonna be weird if play on a keyboard and mouse. Hi there, Masonic.
Oh, might be okay.
Just getting the call anyways. Hey, I see you listening, Cabby. You don't get to listen either.
All I'm doing is taking you guys where you want to go.
So do that.
Trying to respect road laws using keyboard and mouse right now. It's gonna be tough. Yeah, see how it like decides to like, you know, the driving in this game is accurate, painfully so? Noted. Alright, hang on. Display. Noir mode is off, full screen is on. VSync. I'm gonna turn VSync off, see if that will do it. I'm gonna do low for now, see if that stops the stuttering. Because, quite frankly, like sometimes a game will not have that dramatic of a difference in quality.
B1G_DJ
Okay, we're at the
demands
river.
intro.
Where am I taking you once we're over the bridge?
I'm getting tired of the questions.
Cookie from Masonic! Here's your cookie, Masonic.
More of them.
Ah, shit! Say goodnight, punk!
Nah, it's still doing it.
I know some shortcuts that'll slow them down.
I don't care how you do it. Just shake them off. That was your shortcut?
I lost him, didn't I?
Not all of them.
These guys really don't like you, do they?
Sometimes business partners fall out. It happens. Quit yapping, Polly. More he knows, more chance of him not seeing the sun come up.
I ain't heard a thing, fellas.
I see him. How about this fight? Ha-ha! You left him in the dirt. We ain't clear yet. Keep driving. Poor bastards digging the road for the works program aren't gonna thank us for this. 3 crates down. How many motors were at the exchange?
Alright, so let's go for this guy here. Will it let me select it? No, it will not. Okay, so I need to...
5, baby. Knowing him, he's called for more. Sure feels like it. Next time, we take more muscle. We should have expected trouble. But if the boss hears about this, there'll be hell to pay.
There's gotta be a limit to...
They must have sent word out. There's more and more of them. We're not gonna last long unless we're back on our own turf. Let's get back to the neighborhood. West Harbor Bridge.
Alright, so I'm gonna need to... Also, game, just stop just getting frozen, please.
The bridge is up, ain't it?
Yeah, we can make it.
What the hell are we doing? Just sit tight and pray. I've never done that before. Me neither. Okay, so Little Italy. Now. Your night's not over. I didn't see that. You got a death wish or something?
Look, I'm not a perfect driver, okay? It's been a while since I drove in
You
1930s.
zip it tight. We talk it through back at the bar.
Yep, and look, it's doing it again. Like, come on, game.
Okay, we're close.
I am definitely going to need to do some Googling about getting rid of the stutters.
Gary's place. Yeah, that's the one.
How dare you? I have my
What for?
opens.
You want a little something from the Don or not?
Best comfort for your taxi. There it goes, stuttering again. Mafia Definitive Edition stuttering. Doing it on a 20 driver update. Everything is updated. No. Okay, so it looks like there isn't an obvious answer. Does full screen assist with the instead of borderless window? Let's see. Oh, well, I can't do it now. As far as I know as well is that when I do, it's gonna force the refresh rate to 60. So it might do something. Let me just scroll back up to see if it explains.
Compensation for your services. Any damage to your car. This makes us square.
I'm sure it's more than enough.
Good. Don Salieri wants you to know that he's very grateful. So if you ever need anything, maybe a loan or some honest work, don't hesitate to ask. Don doesn't forget his friends.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
One more thing. This matter stays between us. Anyone asks where you got that money, you won it at poker. The scratches on your car, you swerved to keep from hitting a little old lady. You
The
got it?
bullets were because of the lady shooting at me. There's bullet holes in the back of the car, so yeah. It's gonna be very hard to explain that one.
In the envelope, I could have had a heart attack. Enough to fix the cab. Nearly enough to buy a new one. I thought about what Sam said about work. I wasn't interested. The money was good, sure, but I didn't want to get in with criminals. Better to be poor and alive than rich and dead. So, right there, back then, I was out.
Okay. Google says disabling firewall can help. See, that sounds weird to me. Like, that doesn't really explain to me.
Salieri's guys. I was back working as soon as I could.
Because this is a game that I got from GOG.
Get a lot of time
It doesn't have, like, an online thingamadiggy going off for DRM or anything like that.
You there, driver?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you driving or loitering?
Driving, ma'am. Always driving.
Alright, let me just ding, display, full screen. Alright, so it's on right now. VSync is off. Everything's at low details for now.
So where to?
St. Michael's Church, directly. Careful, please.
I always drive careful.
Then you'd be the first.
Okay, cool. So I can just, like, turn on a limiter.
Turn that racket off. I can't hear myself think. That's much better.
So, church. It's Sunday already?
Eyes on the road, please.
Alright, so the full screen, oddly enough, that does help with some games. Like, it can with those that are, like, trying to do online nonsense, but, like, I'm looking at Mafia right now, and it's not doing any networking nonsense, so I'm a little lost as to why the firewall would be trying to do something.
You people. Never in a hurry.
Yeah, notice how they're all, you know, stopped right now. God, I can't feather the accelerator. I can either be 100% or 0%. I can't be like, you know, 50. Ass. I feel like it's doing it in, like, loading areas, like, as if somehow the hard drive just isn't... God damn it. I'm sorry, they can just walk in the middle of the road. I guess they can just walk in the middle of the road. Look at me barely respecting the laws.
Stop there, by the park.
Here you go. St. Michael's. That'll be 30 cents.
The only tip I'll give you is to stop smoking in your vehicle. I felt like I was sitting in an ashtray.
Sure. Whatever you say.
These Italians are all the same.
Wow. Search the
Can't
streets of
drive
Lost
without the
Haven.
radio. Better find a new fare.
Excuse me while I quickly drive down the stairs for what looks to be a person looking for a drive. Fuck you, taxi, he's mine. Yes, there was laws back then.
Get me there quick. Sure. Quick I can do. Taking some time out.
What's it to you?
Not much. Just talking.
I'm paying you to drive, so do that.
Alright, let's see. Can I get there with the limiter on?
The problem with this downturn is that it's made me lazy. Giving them an excuse.
The work's not out there, pal.
The work is always there. You just have to find it.
I get it. You're a busy guy. I don't see so many these days.
I saw this crapshoot depression coming. Sold up before the crash. So yeah, I get to be busy.
Your busy day's gonna be looking at old paintings?
I have a business meeting there with a colleague. Not that it's anything to do with you. If you ever find a real job, then maybe you'll understand. Until then, drive and quit bothering me.
I'm sorry. Taxi driving is a real job. Fuck you, dude. Fucking venture capitalist over here. Probably didn't even work a day in his life. He just sold shit. Also, the fuck happened with you there?
Pull up in front of the gallery. Thanks, pal. There's 50 cents. Don't spend it all at once. I'll try not to.
Excellent. Was able to get there, and I didn't even have to turn the limiter off.
Every fair today's been a son of a bitch. On to the next.
Also, you're in America. You can just turn right at any time.
Just to be at your side in all the bliss.
Oh boy, you look like shit.
I've been working since 5. What's your excuse?
Booze,
Figures. Where are we going?
Little Italy, 21st Street.
Okay. If I don't tell the cops about the liquor on your breath, you don't tell them when I break the limit. Good deal.
Great deal. Got any good fares today?
There's some. But never enough of them.
Who's got the money for cab rides since the market tanked and it all went to shit, I guess? Only reason I got you taking me places is I'm drunk and don't know better. Cops see enough drunk fellas. They're only after the people moving it and selling it.
Yeah, but I've seen them go after guys for less.
Guess so. If they think they can shake something out of you, they will use any excuse. This city's corrupt as all hell.
Sure is.
Oh yeah, this would have been during Prohibition era. Hi there, Kusaki. Saw this TikTok and thought of you. Have a great day, Mr. Zeebs. We're TikTok buddies. I send you TikToks all the time, Kusaki. You could send them to me. You could send me TikToks. You know I'm gonna look at this TikTok right now, though. What is this TikTok that has you just, like, thinking of you, Zeebs? Oh, because it's literally... I haven't even properly clicked into it even further. And what do I see first and foremost? A dude in a zebra outfit. Neat. Would love that suit. Although it is kind of hilarious that it's just a dude in a zebra outfit getting hypnotized. It's just like, ooh, you are going to get into the furry fandom. Ooh, you are going to buy sexy art and make you look drippy as fuck. Ooh, the Kia Soul is the best car for furries because of its boxy design. Ooh, you are going to love furry art. Like that. Hopefully you're doing alright. I am going through Mafia for the first time. I have not played any of the Mafia games before, so... And there is a bit of a stuttering issue, I will be real with you, hence why I have this playing at, like, the lowest settings right now and at full screen to try and deal with that problem, but it's still gonna do stuttering here and there, despite the fact I'm running on technology that it didn't know existed when this game released back in, like, 2016 or something. And I'm respecting all the laws. Oh. All the traffic laws. Oh, that's my turn. Fuck you. Fuck you. Get out of my way!
Here on the corner, please.
Okay. Oh.
Hey, Mike.
Like a glove.
Stand around the corner. Tell him Lucio sent you. Take a break, huh?
Thanks. Might just do that.
So yeah, watch. We're gonna be in like a cutscene and it's gonna start doing stuttering.
Jesus.
What the fuck, man?
Hey, how you doing, pal? You remember me? Yeah?
Who the fuck are you?
Huh? Mr. Morello's a little bent. Shouldn't go helping Salieri's goons, huh? I'm gonna have to give you a beating. Just so you always remember who runs this town. Make it so you won't do much rocking for a while. Look at this guy. I didn't think he'd make it fun. Let's get him.
You and your fucking, like, ludicrous haircut. Wait, why is he shooting? Shit!
We own this thing. You can't run. Run as fast as you can.
Fuck. Since when was shooting allowed? You had a bat! Alright, let's try that again.
Back off, pal.
We own this thing. I got victory. I got deals.
Oh my god, they're not gonna give up on me, are they? Game! Let me do my shit!
Look at this.
Salieri.
How you doing, kid? Dino, Lou. You got business with the Don?
Oh, and he's just holding the gun out in broad daylight.
That cabbie over there, that's all.
That right.
Yeah.
What is he is the Don's favorite driver? So anything you gotta say to him, you can say to me.
Is that right? Well, I'll tell you something, pal. We ain't leaving empty-handed, that's for sure.
Well, then maybe you ain't leaving at all.
What the fucking accent is that?
Okay, then.
Nasally as fuck.
See your boys around. Let's go, Lou.
Here we go.
Thanks.
Least we could do.
Come on. Let's go say hi to the Don.
Don Salieri?
Yeah. He's gonna want to hear about this.
Uh-oh. Well, I'm probably in his pocket at that point. Sure, I'm just an innocent man, but, like, I ran to him. They're gonna hold that over my head. Oh boy. A Molotov party. Okay, okay. They need to have, like, Yakuza, like, title cards going off when people walk in and shit, where it's just like, dun dun. Don Salieri of the Salieri family.
Frank told me you ran into some trouble?
Yes, sir. My cab got smashed up pretty good.
Morello's thugs went after him by the kind of Tommy helping us.
This, taxi. That's your livelihood?
Yes, sir.
I feel a sense of responsibility here. So I'm gonna set you up with a small loan, enough to get that cab of yours fixed up.
I appreciate that, sir, but I'm not looking for a handout.
Then what are we doing here?
I just want a shot at the bastards who wrecked my cab.
You hear that, Frank? The kid wants my permission to get into a fight.
Yes, I heard.
Okay, Tommy Angelo. All the Morello's girls hang out at a bar he owns. That's all you-
Yeah, exactly, Izzy. Don Salariari, patriarch of the Salariari family, subsidiary of the Omi Alliance. To be fair, it would, like, other than that last bit, it would probably be, like, subsidiary of Empire City's mafia family or something like that. Or something rather. But yeah. Hi, welcome. Excuse the stuttering as we, like, try and go through this game. I'll need to figure out how to stop it, because there's a lot of options available. Like, there's a lot of things
Send Morello.
online, but some of them I'm not too sure.
Rough up hard-working Joes in my neighborhood without getting a black eye.
Thank you, Mr. Salieri. I won't let you...
Omni Alliance still, it's just the American branch. Okay. Sounds good.
And Tommy, when you get
But
back,
yeah, see? Like,
we'll talk about what's next for you.
big sort of stutters there where it just decides to be like, boom. So yeah, I'm doing this on keyboard and mouse as well.
So tread careful, okay?
Sure.
So, as much as you would like to watch the stream, you need to sleep. It's 5 a.m. over where you are. Understandable, Big DJ. I hope you have a wonderful sleep and that you don't have too much trouble. Thank you so much for dropping in as soon as you could.
You don't lose your job that easy.
I hate sitting around. Boring as hell.
If the boss says you're not ready
Huh,
to come
what
out
the hell is over there?
what can you do?
Don Salieri, I am writing to let you know of my joy to hear that you will be attending the wedding of my daughter. Please, if there are any further arrangements you would wish for, let me know. It will be a wonderful day, and for the world to see that the occasion is your blessing, you will make it even more special and memorable. Your loyal friend, Giovanni Romano.
I don't get what his problem is with me.
Find anything good?
What do you think I gotta do?
$25 is a hideous amount of money to spend. Oh yeah, like,
Get it.
coffee is like a cent or something crazy like that, isn't it? Prohibition, here to stay. Production and sale of alcohol to remain illegal. In a speech to gathered press, President Herbert Hoover reiterated today that the noble experiment of prohibition will remain in place. Forced to respond to Democrat criticism, Hoover has promised a more efficient and better funded prohibition bureau to prevent proliferating and smuggling. Yeah, okay, that's all I wanted to say.
As high a value as was recorded during the Depression of 1921.
¿Qué hago?
The unemployment could continue to
¿Qué hiciste, Ricordi?
White House Press Secretary George Anderson spoke of public
Polly Lombardo. Oh, that's,
Come back later.
what's Mahuzi fella?
Holy, what's that? The bars are closed. For you, I'm afraid.
Alright. This is actually like a lovely looking place, let me be real with you.
is a survey of the criminal justice system under prohibition and is expected to contain policy recommendations based
Alright, so we join Polly now then, after looking around.
Anyways, I got places to be. Okay, come through this way. I'll take you to Vinny first. He's a loudmouth, but Frank and the Don have known him since forever.
What's he do?
We go see him whenever we need to do any, heavy lifting. He makes sure we're well healed for when there's trouble.
Mm-hmm.
For his dough. But we gotta go. Long drive back to him.
You're agonizing over a matter of $25 for a whole roasted... Oh! Oh, $25 is still a lot of money now. You're not talking about $25 in 1930s. I was thinking of $25 in 1930s. I'm so sorry.
Oh, she's gonna sing. Who's this
Also,
then?
why are you
Vinny,
stuttering?
This here's Tommy Angelo. We're doing a little job together.
All right, good. Hey, you just need bean shooters or rods?
Nah, we just need something to write off a few cars.
Huh. Oh, I got just the thing.
Do you now?
This classic should do the trick. Oh! Hey, if the bat don't work out for yous, I got a few cocktails here.
Ay, ay, ay.
Careful with them, though. Don't want to burn off your short hairs. Good to meet you, Tom. Let me know if Paulie gives you a hard time. I'll straighten him out.
15 Dime Detective Comics. Cool.
Come back and see me later if the boys don't scare yous away. I'll fix you with a gat.
Ralphie's in the garage. He's a special kind of idiot, but he's got a way with cars.
Oh,
I
is
don't
he gonna
get how
be
this Warren gets
slow
interested,
or
huh?
something?
But I'm telling you, it's like some kind of black magic.
All right, time to see. What kind of mental health representation are we going to get?
Hey, genius! Get your head out of your ass!
Rude.
Polly, you can't just sneak up on a guy like that.
I'm sorry, Ralphie. I'm just busting your balls.
See, you're still limping. Guess we got two cripples working here.
We ain't nothing alike. You got that, Ralph?
Sure, Polly. Yeah.
Tommy.
Ah, so he'll dish it out, but he won't take it.
Good to meet you.
Like I said, Ralphie here's a cracked egg. But you bring him a stolen car, he'll make it yours. Tom and me, we got a job to do. We need some wheels.
How about this one, Polly? It ain't a hot rod, but it'll get you across to town.
All right, let's go. You're driving.
There was one key
Don't
there,
let
I'm
me
pretty
catch
sure.
you loafing off again.
One day I'm gonna cut your brake line, asshole.
Yes.
I don't know what Ralph's trying to pull giving us this motor. I want to show you something about the good life, and you're driving something my mom could have bought 20 years ago. If I know Ralph, he probably got it taken out of our yard.
Yeah, the car's fine. It's good to get a change from the cab.
You don't have to be nice about it. This thing's a tin can.
So, was that whiskey back there in the truck?
Yep, new supplier.
You guys deal in broad daylight?
Normally, nah. This was their first drop-off. And the cops know better than to come sniffing around our turf. Morello, the guy whose cars you got a torch, he's got more friends on the force than us. But we're okay, so long as we're careful. Keep an eye over our shoulder. Some of the Canadian whiskey that comes through, you want a bottle? Just ask. We keep some back for friends.
Ah, I'm no big drinker. I used to tip back bathtub gin most days, but not so much now. That stuff's no good for you.
You don't have to go blind now, though. To us, you got a line on the good stuff.
Well, that's good of you. Thanks.
Not just the booze we supply, Tom. It's the places we deliver to. The dames they got in these places. Best tables, best food, best skirt.
Stop
Some way to live.
breaking down.
Right now, all I want to do is wreck the day of the bastards who wrecked mine.
Sure, sure.
Besides, all this could get a guy in trouble.
Trouble, says the guy who's about to set fire to Morello's parking lot.
I got you to protect me. It'll go fine.
Perfectly fine. No problems
Either
whatsoever.
that, or you hit them so hard they don't remember it.
Also, why does it look like... It almost looked like one of my wheels was going faster than the other, but it might just be an illusion because of the fact of, like, seeing the spokes versus not, so... Alright.
We're getting onto Morello's turf now.
There's some kind of line between his streets and Salieri's streets.
Not really. There's always some give and some take. Though in general, we look after Little Italy, and his guys work North Park. And more besides. You're walking on the wrong sidewalk, in the wrong part of town, you start getting a sense you need to be someplace else. You can feel it long before they start appearing on street corners to stare you down. Okay, it's close by. Hey, it's their cars we're wrecking today, not this junker.
Alright.
Morello's goons smoke and jaw up front and leave their motors out back. They're some lazy bastards. They put some gorilla on guard duty, but it's always some no-name shit.
Morello's Lounge Bar. Alright, so that's probably the place we're going.
You gotta sneak in and wreck the cars. Send a message.
Sure. Why are you coming with?
To see if you get shot.
Hopefully you're gonna actually, like, help us and not just watch me get shot.
Key, you go quiet. You know how to go quiet, right? Yeah, like that.
Yeah, he's got his main guys. You'll get there someday.
No one sees our heads. No one tries to. Oh.
Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie.
Get over this gate and up onto their roof. I'll go keep their chump busy while you creep up and jump from behind. I'm real good at distracting. It's my best thing.
Ah, boss gets plenty of guys in the city real pissed. Makes them careful.
As I get the money on time.
Ah, he's good for it.
Alrighty.
Hey! What the hell you doing?
What do you mean, what am I doing?
I mean what I say. What the hell are you doing back there?
Who are you?
A guy who don't know what idiot told you to keep lookout here.
Dino. Dino told me.
Dino?
Come on.
Salieri's got guys all over town trying to give Morello a black eye. And Dino makes you cart the cars?
Listen, fella, who are you?
There was this one time when I had the chance to get him from...
Can I pick up the bat or nah? Nah, I guess not.
So let's get to these cars. Take your bat and start swinging.
Yep.
Motor really got you pissed, huh? No one's driving right. Oh, crap. Hey, get away from the car. Knock him down, this guy.
You got some kind of death wish? Hmm?
Oh, geez, that hurts. Just like that. Come on, Tom. There's gonna be more of them. Use a Molotov and let's see some flames. Motors don't torch themselves? Not easily.
Whole block heard that.
We gotta go. We can take Dino's car.
How'd you know this is Dino's car?
I don't like you and you got a good car. I'm gonna know where you keep it.
Reports of burning vehicles and gunfire in North Park. It's right near Morello's place. Don't bring in the wrong people.
Old ways are the best ways. Straight through the gate. We gotta get out of here before the bull show.
Hopefully I got enough. Yes, I did. Cool. Awesome.
Back, you bastards!
Oh my god. Drive fast and avoid the cops. Sounds good to me.
The guy's gotten away in North Park someplace. Keep looking. He'll turn up.
Go. Probably not going to deal with any peeps while we take the bridge. How is your evening going, if you don't mind me asking, Bookie? I got down to like 100 kilos today. I got under 100 kilos in the morning, but now I'm a little bit over it because it's the end of the day after drinking like water and my shakes. And this game is stuttering a little bit.
I got one, Tom.
I mistaked like a $25 rotisserie chicken of today's being seen as expensive, thinking it was a $25 from back now.
Sure. But Morello's got the chief in his pocket. How'd it feel? Feel good?
How'd what feel?
Taking out the guy. Taking Dino's car. Feel good?
Yeah, I guess it did.
There's no time like the first time, Tom. Don't get better. You think it's for you? This life?
What's it to you?
Hey, I'm just asking questions. I like asking questions.
I doubt that every day you and Sam go and panel beat motors in parking lots.
There's busy days, there's slow days. I've had more of an introduction than I ever got.
You never got to beat up Dino's pals and take his motor?
Nah, stole enough cars to get noticed, I guess. When I got squeezed by the cops, knew never to squeal. And one day I found myself in a yard behind a bar drawing with Vincenzo. 10 years go by and I'm still there. So, I got a suit now, and Vinny's an old bastard.
I always thought that to be in a family you had to have more connections. Your brother, or your uncle, or...
Oh, some guys, sure. Your cousin got made, or you like Carlos, Pop went way back with the Don. That means you get trusted more when you're starting out. There's plenty of us who came in off the street. I'm thinking we get you in front of the boss, then we tip a few.
Well, I don't got plans, so...
Sure you don't got plans. The plans are to feed Vinny so much booze that Luigi has to roll him out the door again.
I'm good with whatever.
Sure you are.
Okay, cool. And out of the vehicle we go.
Car I sent you out with.
Dumped it.
Well, why?
It was a boiler. This one's better.
A better car with a broken window?
Fresh air never killed nobody.
Another... Ooh, a Super Science comic. That looks cool. Ease off the throttle. Cars aren't supposed to skip around corners like that. Thankfully I don't own the car. Paulie here will fix it anyway. Hopefully he ain't gonna feel too bad about it. Feel good, Paulie? You good? Yeah, you seem good. Also, stop stuttering, please! Also, I can't... There's gonna come a time, Izzy, where you're gonna tell me I need to ease off, and I'm gonna be like, I don't listen to any road laws. And then next thing you know, I'm hitting, like, you know, the what's-mahoozy thingamadiggy. What is there, magic cars? No, there isn't magic cars, Zelboe. This is the 1930s.
He's still with you, then?
Hi.
Yeah.
Hey, boss. It's done.
That was quick.
Yeah, nothing we couldn't handle, Mr. Salieri.
Good, good. Sit down. You see Morello?
Nah, but he'll be plenty pissed when his boys tell him what happened.
He's not going to be able to think straight for weeks. See, that's the difference between me and Morello. I'm a businessman. I do everything with this. Every decision I make, it's what's good for the business and my boys. But Morello is a hothead, and all that anger burns out the brain. And when he gets mad, he gets stupid.
You got nothing like that to worry about with Tommy here. He was aces the whole way, boss.
I'm glad to hear it. I got a growing business here. We could use a guy like you to help out around the bar. Maybe run some errands, make sure the bills get paid on time. You up for that?
Oh, it'd be an honor, sir.
Good. Good.
There's a lot of pink text names, so I'm probably gonna start confusing Bookie and Izzy and Zalboy.
First,
coming
no
forward.
cursing on the premises. There's a million words out there. And the man who needs to resort to fuck this and fuck that is just ignorant or lazy. Second, we don't deal in the hard stuff. I don't want any dope fiends in this neighborhood. We'll let Morello poison his own people if that's what he wants. Finally, stay out of trouble with the cops. We only have a few on the payroll. And if you cross the line, the rest will come after you. You understand?
Yes, Mr. Salieri.
Then I'm going to only ask you for one more thing, Tommy. I don't keep Paulie and Sam around just because they're strong. A lot of guys out there bigger and tougher than these two. And I don't keep Frank on the payroll because he's smart. Though he is an artist with the numbers. All these guys.
Why do I feel like he's dealing in the drug business?
They're here because they have the only thing that matters to me. The only thing that should matter to any of us. You know what that is, Tommy?
Loyalty. He's talking about loyalty. You don't turn over, you don't snitch.
They're loyal.
That's right. Now you stay straight with me, you're gonna be living the high life, Tom. But you abuse my trust.
Don Salieri, you won't ever need to worry about me.
Okay then. Welcome to the family.
Well, that was quick.
Excellent. Now I'm starving. Luigi, let's eat.
Welcome.
But yeah, I feel like it's either going to be Frank or Paulie are going to start working with like, you know, the hard drugs and start like, you know, doing it under the table. And it's going to be a problem. They're going to like, you know, throw us under the bus for it somehow. Alright. Bam. You really need to play this? Well, understandable, Dwagon Knight. I have not played any of these games before. This is the first time I'm playing the Mafia trilogy.
Bar was slow. I moved crates and delivered messages. The guys busted balls and told stories from the old country. Mostly, we just waited. I got to thinking, maybe life in Salieri's crew wasn't gonna get me clipped. But what did I know?
You, Tommy?
Come on, there's
Yeah.
gas in your tank.
Boss is waiting for you.
Thanks.
We're on the major stairs. Same room
Here he is.
again.
Sorry I'm late.
Take a seat. And it's collection day, boys. So Tommy, you'll drive. Paulie and Sam can handle the rest. It'll be routine.
Just a handful of stops today.
Bill at the motel was a little short last month. So make sure he pays us the interest he owes.
No problem, boss.
Don't lay hands on anyone unless there's no other choice. Our clients need to understand that we provide a valuable service. They need to look at you and see Santa Michael. They need to believe you'll protect them.
So let Morella stoop to breaking legs. We're better than that. But the bill's still due, and everyone pays up.
We can handle it.
Go see Ralphie about a car.
Okay, boss.
Oh, Vinny said to say he's got something for you, Tom. Head to him first. Probably just wants to tell you some bullshit story about some guy he whacked 20 years ago.
Alright, let's go check him out. Gasoline, grease, wash, fire. Okay, cool.
Hey, just the guy.
Hey.
I saw this, and I thought of you.
Ooh. Thank you.
You ever carried a rat?
Shot him at the fair a couple of times.
Right. That don't count. Pointed at the target over there. Good posture, real mean. Now, click, click, click. Bang. Brain all up the walls. Okay? Now show me a reload. I open the chamber and away you go. All right. Last thing. Needs to be hidden. Stick it in your belt. Good to go. And when shooting starts, get behind something. And don't shit yourself.
Thanks, Vincenzo. I appreciate it.
Hey.
Noted.
Frank
Do
and
not
the
shit
boss,
myself.
Vincenzo. To you. It's Finny.
Noted. Ooh, sexy lady. Ah. Excuse me. Throat. Wish I had a... So yeah. Stuttering will need to be, like, problem solved as we, like, go further into the... Probably after the night. Year 1 since the crash. The worst panic in Wall... Hang on. Year 1 since the crash. The worst panic in Wall Street's peacetime history was 1 year ago today, and still no escape from the wider economic depression that has followed it. Unemployment reaches 8% this month, but given the prevailing trend of shuttering businesses, banks, and foreclosed farmsteads, some economists warn that this could double, perhaps even triple in the coming years. Special picture showing the scenes from every state.
What's losing some motors to him? He's got at least...
Oh, is that,
You know how to get into one of these, Tommy?
Elbow goes through. Reach inside. Easy.
And in the afternoon to fix the window back up. Watch.
Okay.
And... learn.
You're a regular magician, Ralphie.
Nice, good.
Come on, Tommy. Okay, it's caught. You got it. Have a good day, fellas.
Alright, so Paulie takes the back, and Sam is sitting at the front with me.
First we got Al. He runs a bakery on Longman Street. You know it?
Yeah, I know it.
Al's late again? Seems so. That's too bad.
No, don't stutter. Ah, there we go. Stop stuttering, please! 1 car, 2 car. Dip through that, and we're good. Yep, no damage whatsoever. We're fine, we're fine.
Okay, this is it. Watch what we do today, Tom. When it goes smooth, it's a breeze. When they put up a fight, sometimes you gotta think on your feet.
Sure.
Okay.
Just follow my lead.
Sam, Polly, how are you?
We're good. How's little Julia?
Ha! Not so little now. She's turning into a pain in the ass, just like her...
Grand Imperial Bank Savings and Loan. Dear Mr. Bertoli, this letter is notification that you are in default of your obligation to make payments on your agreed loan. This amount has been overdue since July 15th, 1930. You have ignored requests to pay this debt. Unless the full amount is received within 2 weeks, I will have no choice but to instruct the bank to begin the foreclosure process on your home and business. Please act accordingly.
Emma.
That's good to hear, Al. Real good. Now, you got any trouble around here? Any punks causing problems?
No. Nothing like that.
Good. So you got the money?
I got it waiting in the back room.
Tommy'll get it. You stay here where we can see you.
It's been real slow this month, Sam. I was worried I wouldn't have enough.
Al, I know you'd never hold out on us, but it's good you worry. I mean, how can we protect you and little Julia without payment?
Where's the money?
Terrone, feccia! Voi ci succhiate il sangue!
No idea what she's saying.
Via di qui! Lasciateci in pace!
Well, sounds less like rest in peace and more like drop
See
dead.
you next month, Al. Let us know if you need anything. Anything at all.
Sure will, Sam. Sure will.
And give our best to your mom, huh?
Oh, what the hell was that in my middle? Just had a weird, like, twist feel there on the right side.
Okay, next up we got old Eugene's place. China store up on Tallow.
He's not dead yet?
Almost. Heard his nephew's taking over.
Yonk. There we go.
Guy who used to run this next place, Tom, his name's not Eugene. Guy's a Chinaman. But it sounds like Eugene. Well, that's what we called him. Polly slammed his head into the counter back in, what, 27, I think?
Ooh.
Yeah, it was hilarious. After that, no problems at all. If you look, you can still see the blood. Poor old bastard couldn't scrub it out.
Oh, okay.
We keep some of these guys on our books to remind the Chinatown gangs they're in our city, not theirs. But we don't know Eugene's nephew, so he might need reminding too.
Well, it sounds like Chinatown is not really under our jurisdiction. It's just, you know, we're doing preventative measures. Which is not the same. Yep. Alright, so that's a crazy ass roundabout. So then we go through here. And then we take a left right here.
This is it.
Slow down.
I'll cover this one, Sam. You sure? Sure, I'm sure.
He's about to hit someone, isn't he?
He's doing the store on his own?
Yeah, when Polly's built up a little steam, he needs to let it out on his own. Just gotta let him get on with it. It's his way. You can hear it in his voice. Gotta let him lone wolf from time to time. Keeps him happy.
Yeah, but does it make our clients happy? Yeah, that don't sound good.
Yeah, Eugene's nephew ain't having much fun right now. When he's going, Polly don't stop. Once we were putting a squeeze on this tailor over in Holbrook. Guy ended up in a wheelchair.
Not good.
Here he comes.
He's a fast worker.
Did he even get money, or...?
Drive before the cop show, Tom. Next stop's Bill at the motel. Eugene's nephew's guy's money is ours next week, with some extra besides. He doing okay? He's okay.
How's the shop counter?
Yeah, that's seen some more blood. How much blood? And nothing he can't scrub out. Once he's back on his feet. You wanna come out with us again, Tom? Get to hear even more about Chinese nephew guys scrubbing their own blood out of shop counters.
Yeah, seems like it's not too hard.
Not hard. Kinda not hard.
I don't know. Comes natural to you guys. Don't see why it can't come natural to me.
So anyone could do this. Me and Polly, we've been working these streets for years. You come in and you think you know it all.
I'm not saying that, Sam.
You've been a day on the job, pal. You haven't seen what we do. You haven't seen how we do it. Sam, I think you oughta... No, Polly. This punk thinks he can walk in here like a big shot. I put greasers like him in the ground. I think you gotta say you're sorry, Tom.
Sorry, huh? Well, I'd say sorry if I couldn't see the bullshit smile you're trying to hide.
You got him, though, Sam! You got him! I could smell the crap in your pants from here.
Nah, you didn't get me.
When little Tony first came out with us, I had him on his knees before he knew I was yanking his chain. Yeah, you did better than him anyways.
Oh, missed my turn.
Jesus, I hate it out of the city. You hate it most places. Yeah, but out here, it's worse.
How come there's a place so far out of town on our books?
Out of town's the safest place for deals. Safest place for card games. The safest place for most of the things we do. We're expecting a big bag of money today. The guy owes. If it ain't big, Boss will be pissed. Yeah, this place is a real earner. Oftentimes the places that get you the most dough are the ones most people don't look at twice. Just recently, the motel's had a new lease of life. Last stop before Lost Heaven for rum coming up from Cuba.
They drive it this far?
Sure they do. And that's how we can sell it so expensive. Bill's Motel has gotten to be the place where crates get exchanged. Salieri protects it, but he lets the other families use it too.
Even Morello?
To keep the peace? Sure. Plus, it's far enough away that no one cares. So long as everyone's making money, no one's gonna rock the boat.
Sounds to me someone is ready to
miss the
lock
side
that
of
boat.
streets and sidewalks.
You not one for the great outdoors, Paulie?
He's not one for anything. Indoors, outdoors, in the city, out of the city. I hate it out here. Like when we sit in the field doing some booze handover or something. It's always knee-deep in shit, and most times it's dark and cold as hell. That's why it's good we got you now, Tom. You can do all the jobs that Polly hates.
Sounds like hating all of them. Me on my way to the liquor store.
Okay, there it is. Finally. Wait for us here, Tom. We'll be back in a bit.
Okay.
Seriously, you're not gonna follow this? Oh, he's not gonna follow the instructions, is he?
Tom, I took one. Jesus Christ, Paulie!
Tell Salieri from here on out this place is ours. Capiche? And don't come back, or you'll end up in worse shape than your friends.
Get Sam. They're trying to beat information out of him. I gotta get you to a doctor. I can wait. Get Sam out of there.
Please don't die while I'm trying to get Sam out.
Okay, just hang on.
Keep yourself together.
Boss said to stay on our toes. The car's still outside. I know.
Bring prosperity. Elect Roberto Gilotti.
Why the hell didn't we just rub them all out?
Morello says we don't want to walk again.
Oh, beating on their guys gonna stop that?
They wrecked our motors. You can't let that kind of shit slide. It was a hell of a day today.
Tired of this crap.
Okay, cool. I got that correct.
Move into cover!
Can barely see shit. There we go. Got him. I wonder if there's a way for me I could have done that with like a little less gunfire.
Sam. Whoa, they really went to work on you, buddy.
Alright. He's leaking.
Come on.
We'll fix him, don't you worry.
You're tough as nails.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh, shit. Oh, he's got the money, Tom. Oh, catch the bastard.
Alrighty, scene transition.
Sam?
He's okay. Inside.
Then go get the money!
Need to get closer. Closer. Faster! So. And I had like no health left because back at the house I used up like all my whatsamahoozies. So load last checkpoint. So hopefully it gives me like full health when I do this again. Otherwise this is going to be a very difficult run.
Where is Sam?
He's okay. Inside.
Then go get the money!
So I got him out of the way at least. Darn it, darn it, darn it, darn it. Okay, here we go. Now I need to pick up on speed and get him out again. Please stop stuttering while I'm in a bit of a fight for my life here.
That was when I saw the cost. What it meant to be on the inside. I should have took off there and then. But I couldn't go back to being a nobody.
Whew, okay, so I don't have to drive all the way back with the money then. Yeah, an ordinary routine. Intermezzo, 1938.
So that's how a regular palooka goes from cabbie to mob enforcer overnight, is it? Just dumb luck?
Sounds like it.
Didn't feel that way at the time. Me parking on that particular street, taking a break just when Paulie and Sam are coming around the corner, what are the odds? I felt like, I don't know, like someone was watching out for us.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, pal, but it's a lucky break all the same. I mean, one day you're busting your back, doing an honest day's work in a city that's been trying to scrape you off its heels since the day you stepped off the boat, and the next you're stuffing your pockets full of Salieri's dirty money and lording it over the rest of us.
Yeah, it wasn't like that. Back then, Salieri didn't have the run of the city. For every buck Salieri made, Don Morello would turn 10. He paid off cops, politicians, judges, and anyone he couldn't buy, he scared into looking the other way.
He did seem to have the city jumping at its own shadow, I'll give you that.
You hear anything about Joey Crackers?
Yeah, got his name in the Morello file, sure. Boxer, right?
Yeah, that's the guy.
Alright, so in 8 years, he's trying to get out of the game.
Probably daydreaming about winning a belt or something.
God damn it! Moron! You drive with your goddamn eyes closed? Look at this! Jesus, Mary, Joseph, Tom Morello, I didn't know it was you.
You know anybody else driving a rare import in this part of town, Joey?
No. Well, then, I'm sorry, I was driving real slow.
You're saying this is my fault?
No, sir. I just...
It kind of was his fault, but sure, keeping yourself.
Well, repairs are gonna be expensive.
Oh, you're not gonna need that, sir. The tires are just fine. The grill's a little bent up is all. I mean, I got a cousin I can...
Code completely oblivious to the shakedown done and was just like, haha, horn.
Someone spun you a tail, pal. You got an informant right there says Morello made a mint every time Crackers went to the mat.
That's true, too. And still, Morello left that poor sap dead in the street. Head all caved in.
Don't square.
Maybe the Don knew Joey's career was on the downhill. Maybe he was trying to scare some other guy into paying up. Who knows? Don Salieri chalked it up to Morello not being able to think straight when he was mad.
You, have any more run-ins with Morello's crew back then?
Not at first. For a couple of years after I joined up, things were quiet. We got into a few dust-ups with guys trying to muscle in, but elsewise it was just the usual routine. We're running booze, offering protection, me and the boys doing rounds to collect, small time. But I ain't gonna lie. Most days, we was also having a bit of fun.
Uh-huh. And what in the world is fun? 1932. Okay, so we jump ahead 2 years. So he's a little more...
Thanks for getting down here so quickly.
Yeah, sure thing, boss. What do you need?
You know, there's a race coming up.
Oh, yeah. Paulie and Sam have some money on the local.
Mikey Dunn.
That's the guy.
He's a good kid, but a bit of a scrapper. Not too smart with his money. A few years ago, Mikey comes to me asking for a loan. He wants to get new tires so he can keep racing junkers out at the quarry. I like fast cars. I figured it'll be a bit of a hobby. Turns out, Mikey's a great investment. The kid can't lose a race if he walks the track. He graduates from the junkers to gal jobs, and I start placing a few bets on him here and there. Next thing I know, I've made all my money back and more.
Hey, Sam says he's the guy to beat.
He was. We ran all the competition out of town. But now Ralph says there's a hotshot European entering the race, and he's got a car faster than our boys by a country mile.
How much do we stand to lose?
A truckload. But not just our outfit. A lot of guys from the neighborhood come to me for financial advice. They've all put money down on this kid. It'll be like Black Thursday around here if he loses. Well, for everyone except Morello.
Oh, you think he's from the European?
Oh, I'm certain of it.
You want something to happen to the driver?
Can't find him. Morello's got him holed up somewhere safe. Besides, if he drops out or disappears now, none of our wagers will stand. Everyone will cry foul, say the race is fixed.
What about his car?
That's the ticket, Tommy. Ralph knows a guard at the track. You go down there tonight, you boost the European's car, bring it to one of our mechanics, and make a few adjustments, you bring the car back.
Should be no problem, boss.
Sarah, can I get a drink here? As soon as you're ready.
Sure thing.
Your pop letting you out for the race?
You kidding? Feels like we're packing this place up and moving it to the stands.
Okay, so we can now go through here now. Nothing cool in the kitchen, so...
Hey, buonasera, Tommy. So that's a 5, a 6...
Nothing of interest here, nothing of interest there. There's Ralph.
Hey, Tommy. Big day coming up, right? You seen the race before?
Kind of hard to miss. Salieri isn't going to let Morello break his winning streak, huh?
No, sir. Gotta send him a message. So, tonight, we will borrow his guy's motor from the track. My friend Bobby is a guard. For a little dough, he'll show you where it is, then look someplace else while you turn the key.
I like Bobby already.
Sure. Then there's this other guy, Lucas Bertone. You take the car to him down under the Giuliano Bridge. He'll, tune it a little. Make the race tomorrow more interesting.
Then I take the car straight back and Bobby can stop looking someplace else.
But you gotta be quick. Bobby comes off shift at 1:30, and then the next guy, he's an ass.
All right.
Oh, hey, if you need somewhere to keep your motor safe where no one can take them, feel free to use the garage. Carlo finally got around to clearing it out.
Thanks. Good to know.
Nice. Alrighty, let's have a look at the cars we have available to us. Alright. Alright, let's go and get to this racetrack. Yeah, let's not give the cops reason to chase us. Ah! Ah! Jesus. On my way. Made it. No damage whatsoever.
Bobby.
Yep. We can take your car to the garage. Place is empty.
Any friend of Ralphie's, a friend of mine.
I mean, if you got the money, sure.
Just take me to my ride.
Whole city. They smuggle in.
Also, for some reason, my messages are like a little bit behind. There we go. Ding dong. So you've played this game before, Code? Is that right?
Ah, come on. Name a better place to pick up a dame than this place this weekend.
Don't get me started. Things I've seen.
Go, get out of the car.
This is it.
Number 4. Hopefully it's number... If this is the mission, I think it is. I fucking hated it. Okay. Well, I'm playing on... So this is definitive, and I'm playing, like, classic difficulty. So I don't know if there's, like, problems.
1929 Carazella C-Series. Best in class. It's a shame you gotta wreck it.
If they see this on the road, cops are gonna ask questions.
When they catch up, sure. Try to keep it one piece, too, huh?
So, I gotta be back from Bertone by 1:30 before the next guy's shift.
Yeah, he's an ass.
I heard.
This might be easier to use with a controller if I need to make, like...
Shit!
Alright, hang on. Time to use a controller. Load. Load last chapter. Here we go. Let's use a controller so then that way we're able to like feather the accelerator and all that nonsense. There we go. Still got time. If it wasn't for the fact I crashed, this would have been a near mint condition.
Tommy Angelo. Lucas Bertoni.
Sup, Lucas?
Oh, ain't she a thing of beauty?
We don't have much time.
Hey, I'm a fast worker. Sit tight.
Fine then. Why couldn't we have him come with us to the garage so then that way we didn't have to, like, drive it all the way back? Like, it's a racetrack. I'm pretty sure there's, like, stuff we would need there, and anything that it wouldn't have had, we would have brought, like, whatever. Anyway.
Gotta get back before anyone catches on.
Go easy with her. She's gonna misbehave. Hey, tell Mr. Salieri I'm always available for this kind of work. I do stuff for a lot of people, but I always know where I stand with you guys. Hot
Sounds
cars,
good.
Getaways. Anything for the right price.
Let's just hope Salieri's guy wins tomorrow. For all our sakes.
Okay. Drive careful.
Alright, let's see what it's like. Ooh, okay.
You must see me, right?
God, I got less time than last time. Alright, let's see if I can get this going on the second attempt. On the first attempt, I, like, you know, didn't do too hot. Let's see how we go on this one. Oh, cops see me. Let's try and get out of the way before they catch on.
Send your officer. Now. The guy out there treating Lost Kevin like his own personal racetrack. Find him, please.
Alright, hopefully with the... on. There we go. Ah, come on. Don't be bumming me out this soon. Ah, fuck you. Love tap. Nothing problematic.
Go back to patrols. We'll get him next time.
Okay, let's have a look. No, we're not going to be able to... There isn't an obvious shortcut that we're going to be able to get away with because of that. Come on. Engine go down. Engine go down. There we go. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. 10, 9, 8. Cool. All right. We're back on the racetrack. God, it's unruly as fuck. I bet you the countdown would have kept on going up until this point. Never mind the fact that the car is the other way around, but
Thank Christ.
it is what it is.
Good to go. Drives like a jalopy.
N-
Okay, let's get out of here. Big day tomorrow.
What a jalopy. I imagine this European ain't gonna do too hot on this racetrack.
So Sam walks out of the bathroom, and I'm praying he's got a piece on him, because I'm not sure the bartender's gonna hand over what he owes. And his two sons, they're inching closer. I can hear them cracking their knuckles. They're both 7 feet tall, built like brick shithouses.
What were you carrying?
My dick.
That's right. This crazy bastard, he waltzes out of the bathroom, just starts pissing all over the joint.
Really? What, he didn't call the cops?
Nah, sometimes you just gotta make them think you're crazy.
Tom, you got a moment?
Oh. Sure, Frank.
We've got a bit of a situation.
Is the boss okay?
Oh yeah, it's nothing like that. Mikey Dunn, our driver. Some of Morello's guys roughed him up pretty good last night.
Ah.
His jaw. Sent him to the hospital.
Jesus.
Yeah, tough luck for Mikey. Anyway, you're going to race for him.
Wait, what? Frank, I
Tom,
don't know.
There's a half hour before the starting gun goes off, so this is not a discussion. The Don wants to win, but more importantly...
Well, this was the part you hated? Alright, cool. Glad that I swapped over to a controller for this one.
Someone else.
Alrighty, Frank. You drive a hard bargain, but fine.
Rafi has the car gassed and ready. Get to the track right away.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today.
Oh, so why is my mic stand not doing the proper... There we go. Sorry, I just had to fiddle with that. In the original, the controls were like driving with butter. Noted. Just a butter dog on the track. Alrighty. Oh, I'm all the way at the back? Oh, fuck. There we go. Come on.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Son of a bitch!
Lichtenberg is...
Ah, crap!
Come on, come on.
Son of a bitch!
Come on, take the series. There we go.
See ya!
Oh, you motherfucker. Serious turn here. Let's... Don't go wide, don't go wide.
Ah, crap!
More surprises in store.
They know that Ah, I see.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
Oh boy! That was a bad move. Come on, flip, 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 flip. Yeah, no. That's not gonna be fixable. Alright. Strike one. Let's try that again. Also, my back. What in the world? There we go.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news.
Looks like they never fixed it. Okay, so I'm gonna be challenged the same way you were challenged when you played this back on the original Xbox then.
I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing him good luck.
Alright.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
3, 2, 1, go.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Jesus! Shit!
Come on. No. Oh my god. It really is like driving on butter. It really is driving butter. Fuck. You just have to like accelerate out of the corner next.
Taylor, Anderson, Angelo, all still in the mix with time still left to go.
Man, they really give us some hopeful music, don't they? Alrighty. Do not get hit by the...
Now here's your better brother, Angelo.
Fuck!
McAllen's looking comfortable at first with the pack closing in behind.
Alright, just don't die. I am losing this. Come on.
Tommy Angelo trailing at the end of the pack.
Ah! Why am I looking behind me? There's no one behind me. I am the last person in this fucking race.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win.
God, the temptation of just whipping out a gun.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away.
Nah.
Not gonna win, and Angelo's trailing too. Unless there's
Okay, so there is a flip car option, but goodness gracious. Alright, so I can't just take that, like, as a, like, take that bump as, like, a good jump to try and get ahead. I'm just gonna cause more problems. Ah, my back. What in the world? Do I have to, like, lean back or something? Skip.
they're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive? The Los Angeles Circuit famous first turn. They're bunching up, and I see them coming through.
Stop. Stuttering. No, no. Oh, you motherfucker, you. Why does this game have a hard time, like, just dealing with stuttering? Come on. Oh, wait, hang on. It did a GPO copy function instead of 3D? What was up with that?
From Europe, we got the hotshot
Huh.
Martin Lichtenberg taking some time out of the International Series.
Now it's using about 20% of the GPU, which is what we expect.
Here. They're lined up on the grid. They're
on.
ready to start.
3, 2, 1.
Scores away, but there were some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Jesus!
No! God damn you.
Yes!
I had a lead, and then I lost it. Okay. Also, I need to solve what the fuck is going... Hang on a second. There's got... Hang on. Ding, donk. Definitive issue. So the definitive issue, stuttering. There was disabling Windows full screen support and Game EXE. After that, enable G-Sync and... after many, I have not found the person. In any case, is the following: disable Windows full screen support in Game EXE properties. After that, enable G-Sync and then video control panel and VSync in the game. Stuttering decreases. Obviously, you must have a motor. You can say full screen. You don't need to download. You can go into the NVIDIA, set the maximum refresh rate, and it'll take care of the problem. Close that. Full screen. This version is specific to fix Mafia free full screen. I'm going. We're sorry. It's forcing a refresh unless 60 Hz isn't supported by. Despite it being perfectly capable of running at higher when window, with this mod it uses the current monitor's default setting. You can change start and it refreshes correctly. This is not based on the master branch, so it's new with it. But that shouldn't matter as far as do not auto update, as it will revert to the default build. Ah, okay, so there's a mess and a half of problems. There's like a mess and a half of things that I would need to try and do with my install of Mafia Definitive Edition. Do I lose speed during the stutter?
You're kidding me! Son of a bitch!
I feel like I do. Hang on. Display. I'm gonna go 1080p real quick. And I'm gonna force it into window to see whether it's still gonna do stuttering or not while it's in windowed mode. Give me a few. This might fuck it up. Oh, Jesus. Well, you're gonna have to deal with that for the next minute. Alright, so we do that. Desync is off. Alright, let's see how it goes. So right now it's just going 1080p, so sorry for the lack of whatsamahoozy. Screen borders is fine, set to low, no motion blur, no indirect lighting, no anti-aliasing. Alright, let's see how it goes now. So yeah, it's interesting because normally it was like sitting at like 8% when I first started the game, and then like looking at it while during the racing, it was like, oh, 28%. So it was using quite a bit during full screen for whatever reason. Jumps up to 17% right now. Doesn't... Alright, so looks like it's doing better than normal. Let me see what happens when I do this. Come on, PC Capture, you can do it.
They're lined up on the grid.
Or the game is just not going to want to be captured while it's not full screen like that. So, game sources, auto, capture a specific window, and let's make it the Mafia Definitive Edition. And would you look at that, it's absolutely tiny. Game sources, full screen that nonsense. There we go. That way you get to enjoy it as, like, you know, as it is.
Ready to start.
Here we go. 2, 1.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
No stuttering yet, which is good.
Asshole!
Get me the fuck out of there.
You asshole!
Alright, I'm doing better than before. And I spoke too soon. My god, the acceleration is... Do I have to win this match, or do I just need to get to the end? I think that's the important question here.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the end. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Asshole! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Alright, that's better than last time, and it still stutters on windowed mode. Damn. I had a chance and then I blew it. I wish I could see on the little mini-map in the bottom right, like, where the other racers are, because I don't know how far ahead they are to me, and it's not showing it, which is a little distressing.
Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead toward the front of the field.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not doing too good, am I?
The final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
You wrecked the race car. Yeah, no shit. It burst into flames right in front of me. Woo! Is this what the stream is gonna be for like the next hour or two? It's just me trying my best to like drive in this buttery car.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Alright. Smooth. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. We're not gonna go full accelerator, because I get, yep, better, almost better grip. Or I just get absolutely cacked because of a little corner like that. So you almost need to, you either need to make it so everyone else breaks down, or you drive perfectly, it seems. Oh boy. What's the time right now? 8:17? Yeah, we got like another hour or two we can do of this, chat. Bear with me, please bear with me. Okay, that's kind of hilarious that you can turn on the limiter here. Oh, you can see on the minimap the, Oh. I wonder, how quickly does the limiter turn on?
Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead.
Oh.
Oh no, quite the collision over there. Jesus! Aggressive driving from him!
I might have found something to help me.
McAllen's looking comfortable at first, with the pack closing in behind.
I'm acting like the limiter is like an interesting like little trick. Do not get ahead of me, you asshole. Come on.
What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible. Amateur!
Okay, so I didn't find the... I thought by engaging the limiter, it would help reduce the speed faster than me braking. That is not the case.
The front three are jostling for position.
Oh boy. How's it going? You decide. I've been rebooting this race like several times now, Code, because there is a pole position, and if you put me in a race in a single player game, I am going to try and god damn you. I am going to try and get first if I can. And if I make fuck-ups like that, it's just gonna ruin it. Also, hi there, Danny boy. Welcome to the stream. Let me just sit up. Here we go. I think you can skip it in the newer version.
They're lined up on the grid.
I think it's in the options to skip it. I'm not interested in skipping it right now.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Son of a bitch!
Interesting. If I keep my RPM...
Going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous first turn. They're munching up, and I see some collision.
Don't be braking. There we go. There we go. Come on. No.
Asshole! Some rough crap here. Hopefully nothing serious.
Almost.
You're kidding me! Challenger Tommy Andrews trailing at the end of the pack.
No. No, 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 no. Fuck. Ah! I just couldn't recover. We're not skipping this. This is a question of almost pride in me now.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous first turn? They're bunching up, and I see some collisions. Some of these drivers being business. There's more than paintwork getting scraped in there today.
So there's the... It's there.
Shit!
Alright.
Taylor, Anderson, Angelo, all still in the mix, with time still left to go. You asshole! Let's hope for a safe race today, folks.
Come on. If I can just get ahead. And crest, so we decelerate.
Some drivers... Ah, crap! Watch out ahead now.
There we go. Gotcha. Accelerating. On. Go. Alright, this is the chance to accelerate.
Lichtenberg no longer a contender. The front three are jostling for position. The race leaders roar into the second lap.
Come on. Alright, gotta get ready to slow down here.
Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over.
Ah, stop stuttering! No, 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 no. Oh, you. God damn it, I lost all that. God, I lost all that leeway.
Son of a bitch!
Oh.
Shit! Lichtenberg's not going to win, and Angelo's trailing too, unless there's more surprises in store.
Come on. Okay, cool. Didn't lose too much speed on that.
Shit! With the pack closing in behind.
Yep. Alright, cool. So we did that cut there, which was good. Do not. There we go. Come on.
Are these the final podium?
No, 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 no. You.
You're no good! The leading drivers are on the final lap. Not long till it's all over, folks.
Shit.
Lichtenberg's exit really has blown this race out wide. They all spell victory. Him! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
No. No!
Shit!
Don't go wide. Don't go. Fuck!
You're kidding me! What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible.
Come on. Accelerate. Turn. Nope.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win.
Nope.
Yes!
Ah. I almost got this. I almost got this. This is... I just need to feather the I just need to not be like, you know, 100% on the accelerator. I just have to like, you know, do the actual like racing lines and what have you. Ugh. Go.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Thank you for the hyper himbo, M-Girl. I'm gonna need it.
Ah, crap!
Come on. God damn it.
Bigger.
Oh, I forgot to get rid of that. That will need to be fixed at one point.
Bigger.
Bigger. I'm gonna need to turn that off.
Bigger. 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 Bigger.
Stop.
Bigger.
Bigger. I'll need to remember to turn that off.
Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over.
So yeah, I can't do like sudden brakes. It's still technically macro march. I guess. Got me out of my flow. Alright, hang on. Alright. Lean back. That way I'm not like thinking about my back as much.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there were some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive? The Los Angeles
Son of a bitch!
They're bunching up.
Ah. Nope, that did not. All right. Maybe just this far back? Maybe this is as far back as I should be going? We're going to be doing this a lot, chat.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
This is a matter of personal pride.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous?
You asshole! Ah, crap!
See some collisions. Some of these drivers mean business. They're more than paperwork.
Go. Already got a few positions up from that. Now we just need to increase our lead on the next turn. Here we go. Inside.
Aggressive driving.
Where'd you learn to drive, number 15?
Lichtenberg's next clearly and blows his race off.
Asshole!
They all spell victory.
Alright. Accelerate and then brake to just tight. There we go. Going straight. There we go.
Shit! What?
There we go. Come on, come on, come on. There we are. Fuck. Accelerating, come on. Do not.
With time still left to go. Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead toward the front of the field.
What?
And so for a safe race today, folks. Cannon and burns to Garcia. Garcia struggles on the bend. This could go anywhere.
Go. Let's try and crack the top out.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's?
Jesus!
Side?
This guy just in front of me at number 8 is, or number 7
It's a tight
is.
pack as they fight for first.
You kidding me?
Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away.
There we go.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win.
You're
Fuck! God damn it. What did I do to deserve that? Again. Boy, bye!
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the international series. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit famous first turn?
Son of a bitch!
The tent. You know I'm gonna pull up a guide at one point on this thing. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna pull out a guide on the Mafia race.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local pick. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous first turn? They're bunching up. Son of a bitch!
So we weren't able to get a... This mission is just a pain? Yep. It certainly feels it. There we go.
Jesus! Him? There's more surprises in store.
There we go. So we cracked the first 5 positions. Rest, brake, turn, accelerate.
You asshole! Shit!
Hell yeah, it's aggressive driving. Get the fuck out of my lane.
With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position.
There we go.
Son of a...
No, 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 you yep.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite, Mikey Dunn, is out.
Alright.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
You asshole!
Hope for a safe race.
Shit!
There we go. Long turn. There. Because now we get to transition to this. There we go. Now we just need a... Oh! Why am I still squeaking? Stop it.
Jesus! You're kidding me! Not gonna win, and Angelo's trailing too. Unless there's more surprises in store.
Alright. 8 of 16 is okay. Come on. Alright. Crest, brake, turn, accelerate. Alright, cool. We didn't lose any positions that way. And then... Alright, do not go flat out! Come on, come on, come on, come on. No! No, 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 no! Oh, you... No! Come on.
Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
You're no good! You asshole!
What? You're kidding me!
Go.
Tommy Angelo trailing at the end of the pack.
Alright, 11th isn't terrible. Alrighty.
With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position.
I have no idea how to take that turn fast.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us.
So I know Velk and Code have done these kinds of races before, but the question is... Also, hang on. Before I forget, I need to turn off the What's-a-Mahuzi thing. Jing. Bam. Boom. Where is the extra window? Disable that. There we go. So now... Alright.
They're off! Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Don't accelerate on coders. Use the red strip to maximize your acceleration out of turns. Don't hesitate to play dirty.
Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous first turn? They're bunching up, and I think the collision. Some of these drivers being business. There's more than paintwork getting placed in there today.
Stop stuttering!
Son of a bitch! From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with the... Ah, crap! Jesus! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Oh my god. And I spun out of that one.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is out. Replacing him is, Tommy Angelo. Well, I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing him good luck. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane.
Ooh, it just... Something about this game, it just deals with stutters.
Lichtenberg is out. The favorite.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Shit! Jesus! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious. What? Shit! Ah, shit! Oh no, quite the collision over there. Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead toward the front of the field.
Actually, question. What in the world is the... So... X is to interact, Y is to climb, B is to melee, A is to cover. In a vehicle, A is to ram, B is to handbrake. Okay. Hi there, little Incineroar. I'm trying my best at this race. Balls! No, not when I'm racing! Yes! 5th! Oh, this is the furthest I've gone. Come on. And accelerate out of the turn.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
Don't be too fast, don't be too fast!
We have doctors nearby if there's any injury.
No, you fucking don't. I am not dropping below 7th again.
Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over.
No! What the fuck? No! What was that? Where did I go wrong? Damn. I made such good progress.
From Europe, we got the hotshot. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Son of a bitch! You're kidding me!
First turn. They're bunching up, and I see some collision. Some of these drivers being tested. There's more than paintwork getting straightened there today.
Jesus!
Hope for a safe race today, folks.
Shit! Asshole!
On the bench. This could go anywhere.
There we go. Alright, let's see how we go.
Drop back to the rankings. Down here to Bennifer and Angelo.
Come on, stop stuttering.
Taylor, Anderson, Angelo, all still in the mix with time still left to go. It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
Yes, it is.
The race leaders roar. What a race today, folks. The driving. Ah, crap!
Stop stuttering at these moments. No, you... does his little hop.
Oh no, quite the collision over there.
No! Ah!
Personal with the back leader. This race is far from over.
No! Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. Don't be like that, game! Come on, stop stuttering! Let me at least have an understanding of where I'm going.
Lichtenberg Electric really has blown this race out wide. They all spell victory. The leading drivers are on the final lap. Not long till it's all over, folks. McAllen's looking comfortable in first, with the pack closing in behind. You're kidding me! Jesus! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
No, come on. Ah! If I didn't spin out on, like, yeah. I'll get this. Don't you worry, I'll get this.
From Europe, we got the hot shot favorite. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The shit. Out.
You saw my commission? Yes, thank you, Izzy. Oh, God, fuck. Okay, here we go, here we go. Hit the brakes, and... Thank you, Izzy, for seeing my submission. I hope it makes some sort of sense. I'm sorry that I'm not able to, like, you know, do a proper communication and what have you, as I am absolutely... I have been on this race for, like, the last half hour, like, just rebooting it, trying to, you know, get a good lead. Ah! Because I need to, like, you know, get through a lot of them and the, like, the first, like, whatsamahoozies. And then, like, so then that way I'm in, like, the top 5 or 6. It's tough. I'm surprised the cars can take it. We're not going, like, hundreds of kilometers an hour. We're just going, like, 60 a lot of the time. But also, it's a video game. But yeah, my god, it feels like butter.
Asshole! You kidding me?
Ah, spun out. Let's try this again. I was doing so well! This ain't your yeah, this ain't your normal Mario Kart race. I just wish I could throw like a blue shell and just be like, you know, eat shit, leader.
Son of a bitch! Ah, crap!
There we go. Alright. So far, so good.
Ah, crap! Oh, quite the collision over there.
Alright. So now 4th. Alrighty, and then... No, do not spin out. There we go, there we go.
It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
Alright, so now we're getting over 100 kilometers an hour. Now this is the part where... No, do not spin out. Do not spin out. There we go. Just need to get...
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's?
Come on.
With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position.
Alright. Rest. Break. God damn, you're hot on my tail, aren't you?
Up close and personal with the back leader. Shit! Far from over.
Okay, there we go. No, 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 no. Fuck!
Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now.
Come on.
Incredible.
Ah! There we go. Alright, so it's not a terrible thing. The most confusing part of your commissions is trying to figure out the slots. Oh, if I'm not... Stop jittering! Ah! Oh, what the fuck did I just do? What the fuck? Oh, no, 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 no.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win.
Come on, get in the top 5.
Don't worry, folks. We have doctors nearby if there's any injury.
Why is there an option to restart the race? Why is that an option near the end? Do they want me to be able to try and get into top? Ah, god, yeah. Erg. They have it at the last lap at the end when someone's already gotten first, where it's like, hey, you want to restart this race? Would be nice to have that sooner.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Asshole! Shit!
Ah! I can do better than that. I need to like just not I need to not like look. I keep looking left and up, like I keep looking at chat on the left, and then I keep looking up at like my stats for like, you know, hard like CPU, GPU usage, and RAM and all that kind of nonsense. I need to not do that. I need to just look forward.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive? The son of a bitch! Shit! And I think the
thought you would get smart and not, you know, actually try and keep driving into me, but okay. One of the things I need to remember to do after this stream is get my Macro March render done. Because I said I was going to tally up the points after 6 p.m. for the likes and retweets that were done on the last post and apply that to my final stats and see how we did on height-wise and such. What in the world happened there to get... Okay, so not as successful as ow. Not my most successful overtake in that thing. I was able to get, like, jump all the way up to 5th last time in that first turn, which I feel like is a bit of an essential, like, jump to be able to make, given the gap between the rest of the group and what's Mahoosies. Hi there, Clarkson Otter. For the last, I think, hour now I've been on this race.
Hello.
Hello.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, you don't. All right, 11. That's fine.
Kidding me! You gotta lose this first to Garcia. Garcia struggles on the bend. This could go anywhere. What? Aggressive driving from Angelo.
Yeah, it's aggressive.
Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead toward the front of the field. Ha! Amateur!
Damn it.
You asshole! What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible.
Ah! Ugh. Ugh. Okay, hang on. Ugh. Let me get... As I say in NASCAR, rubbing is racing. Well, this isn't even NASCAR. There's multiple turns in this one, Clarkson.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Oh, shit! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Yep, 7th is good. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
You're kidding me! What? Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk out. Jesus! What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible. What? Aggressive driving from Angelo. You're no good!
What in the world is that? Here we go, here we go.
What?
Thank you. That actually helped me.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
Alright, this is the... No! What are you doing? How are you not? Oh my. How do you not have the turning circle when I am braking? You had the weird version of NASCAR where it's all right turns. No, we have left turns. We have like multiple kinds of turns.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite. They're lined up
back.
on the grid. They're ready to start.
3, 2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Asshole! Let's hope for a safe race today, folks. Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch! Shit!
I don't know who's saying shit. I don't know if it's Angelo or the other racers. I'm gonna, hang on, I'm just gonna take off the thingy-majiggy. I'm just gonna take off like the chest thingy-majiggy for a minute. Ugh.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Stop glitching, please. It would be very appreciative.
Asshole! Shit! They're bunching up, and I see the collision. Some of these drivers can't take this. There's more than paperwork getting straight in there today.
Go.
You're kidding me! Asshole! Traction brewing here. Ah, crap!
Go.
Are these the final podium places, or is it someone else's time to shine?
Don't accelerate. No, come on. There we go.
Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over. Some drivers really starting to
Okay. It's the, yeah, hi there, Jack. Yeah, it's a remake.
You asshole! Griffin driving for Angelo.
Alright, so I'm up ahead on... So I'm just up with the pack right now.
Son of a...
No! No! Yeah. I still play the original. Ah, okay. Well, apparently this race, even in the remake, still plays very much like in the original because it's one of those... It's not like a RPG racing kind of car racing. It's more of a Gran Turismo kind of racing. Which is annoying.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Ah, crap! You asshole! Let's hope for a safe race today, folks.
let's not hope for a safe race. Let's hope for a race where I win, please. Thank you for the head pat, Steve. Come on. Ah. Yeah. It was so close in the last few races, and then I just get like, boom. We're gonna be able to do this, don't you worry. Worst case scenario, I do this off stream. Stop stuttering, god damn it.
Shit!
Men.
Ah! What difficulty am I I'm playing on classic difficulty right now. So apparently, like, there was, like, different kinds of levels of difficulty on Mafia, and then there was classic at the bottom, which I think was meant for, like, you know, as it was sort of originally intended and such, so I'm playing on that.
From Europe, we got the hot shot. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
3, 2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
All right.
Lichtenberg is out.
He was thinking I was playing on hard? Nah. I normally try and play as, like, they intended me to play. Oh. Alright, I might have a technique. Hang on. The temptation of just aiming for the person in first and then just ramming into them might be the key. Let's see.
From Europe, we got the hot shot. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
2, 1.
The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is
Like, it's so fucking far behind. Alright.
Ah, crap!
Oh. Nope, that did not work as successfully as I thought. So, no, we are not going to be accelerating. We're not going to be cutting through that first corner hoping to hit the first driver. What's with this, like, loading screen here as well? It's... I don't know how I feel about him just standing there in the shadows like that.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
3, 2,
Ah, crap!
1.
Son of a bitch! Driving for Angelo.
People must be thinking I'm crazy. The number of times this is what it's like when I'm playing the game by myself, by the by, is I'm not a completionist, but there are some stuff where it's like, oh, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. If they want me to win first, if they're gonna give me a race where it's like, oh, I'm meant to be winning first in this one, I'm gonna try and get first in this one.
Jesus! Him? Jesus! Asshole!
So, yeah.
Ah, shit! You asshole! Oh no,
Stop stuttering!
What? Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious. Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over. Yeah!
I'm doing my best. Hi there, Talon. Welcome to the stream. Last day of March. How am I feeling? Right now, I am frustrated and closely observing this particular mission here. I've taken off the, like, the chest rig, just to, like, not have a, just to not have, like, something pushing against me and, like, doing something to my back. I am trying oh so hard to get first in this race.
Shit!
So, yeah.
What? You kidding me?
But yeah, sometimes I do not understand why sometimes, like, you know, it can do, like, tight turns, and other times it's like, yeah, I'm, you know, it's understeering.
Son of a bitch! Him? Garcia, Lewis, and Jackson are pushing ahead toward the front of the field.
Go.
Asshole! Son of a bitch! This could go anywhere.
Go.
Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now. The race leaders roar into the second lap. McKellen is leading. Gore not far behind. You kidding me? What? Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Go.
Are these the final podium places? You kidding me? It's someone else's time to shine. Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over. McAllen is looking comfortable in first with the pack closing in behind. Him? Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away.
Can't do it, like, when I do that. Yeah, okay. Also, why are you taking so long to load? It's not like I'm going very far into this game. It's been the same race for the last hour.
They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Los Angeles turn? They're moving up, and I see some collisions. Some of these drivers being paper getting straight in there. Son of a bitch! Ah, crap!
There.
What a race today, folks. The Tron Infinity. Him? You asshole!
Ugh.
It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
R. Someone pin a message of Grant has been on the same race for the last hour. He is not going anywhere.
They're ready to start.
2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. You asshole! Who's going to survive the Los Angeles Circus Station? You're kidding me! Son of a bitch! From Europe, we got the hot shot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg.
Thank you, Code. Thank you. I would give you a thumbs up, but I took off the hand tracking. I wonder if handbrake would be better.
There's something up with his car. Ah, crap! Son of a bitch! From Angelo.
Now, okay, I can't go onto the corn. Once I go onto the corn, then we're in trouble with that turn. Slowly driving him insane. Oh, most likely, yes. This most likely driving me insane, and I am not one to like especially while presenting on stream to lower the difficulty.
Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is out. Replacing him is Tommy Angelo. Well, I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing him good luck. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some blurry traces from the mechanics in the pit lane.
Here we go.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up. Son of a bitch! Ah, crap! What? Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious. Ah, crap! Son of a bitch!
Could you like stop stuttering, please? What else is this machine gonna be doing besides, you know, playing this game? Whoa! What the fuck was that?
Are these the final podium? Son of a bitch! Someone else's time to shine.
That made no sense just then.
Son of a bitch! For a safe race today, folks. Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now.
Like, I just did like a drift. Okay, hang on. This thing off my shoulders now. Sit up. Actually, what happens if I stand? Here we go. No longer sitting down.
Martin Lichtenberg taking some time out of the international. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
Here we go. 2, 1.
The track rolls away, but there are some blurry traces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Well, not a great start with me standing up, but we go again.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg. Taking time out of... They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane.
I tried like slowly accelerating rather than just flat out accelerating there. Let's see how we go. Nope, that did not work as well as I hoped.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today.
Dragon King, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I have been, you know, trying to get this race done and get into like first position for like the last hour. It has not been successful so far. This is on classic difficulty as well.
You asshole!
Ah, crap! Son of a bitch!
Classic might be Y2, maybe, but I'm not about to change that difficulty this so soon.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news for the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is out. Replacing him is, Tommy. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the loss? Son of a bitch! First turn. They're bunching up, and I see some collisions. Some of these drivers being business. There's more than...
Ah, got on the... Get off the...
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven circuit? First turn. They're bunching up, and I see some collisions. Some of these drivers being business. It's more than paintwork.
Go. 7 is good. 7 is good.
Jesus! Let's go for a safe race today, folks.
Him?
Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away.
Him?
Go.
With the back leader.
Here we go.
From over.
Damn. Get close.
Son of a bitch! Shit!
McAllen's looking comfortable at first, with the back moving in behind.
Yes!
You're no good! Jesus!
Get the fuck off me! Get off me! This guy is not...
Racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious. It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
Him?
Woo! Morning, Xerix!
Lichtenberg's exit really has blown this race out wide. They all smell victory.
No, 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 no. Oh, you... Fuck you! It's... Hi, Xerix. I have been on this race for like the last hour. No, 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 no! No! There. No, come on.
With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position.
Here we go. The traction is so picky. Yeah, it is. And what's more is there's like, you know...
The driving's been incredible. The leading drivers are on the final lap. Not long till it's all over, folks. Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now.
No, do not take third from me.
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
No! 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 Fuck! Damn it! How? Why? Oh. So close.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
After all that.
The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
I feel like this Mafia game is a racing game, not a Mafia game.
Son of a bitch!
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
What? Ah, crap! Oh no, quite a collision over there. What?
Lichtenberg no longer a contender. The front three are jostling for position.
What?
Let's hope for a safe race today, folks. It's a tight pack as they fight for
You
first.
kidding me?
Ooh. The aggressive driving did pay off for a little bit. Yeah, you are correct, Talon. Oh boy. Oh goodness. I am going oh so hard and oh so far.
The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Son of a bitch! Ah, crap!
fuck was that just then?
Up close and personal with the back meters. This race is far from over. Ah, crap! My, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away. What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible.
Oh, that was too tight of a turn.
The new driver, Tommy Angelo, is near the front with no sign of losing position.
Oh! Spoke too soon, commentator! You spoke too fucking soon! Why did you say that to me, commentator? Why did you say that to me? Why? Hi there, Grin.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is...
Ugh. I've been at this race for a while. Ding, 2, 3.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Son of a bitch! Oh, shit! Jesus!
We got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble.
Why the game stopped for a few seconds? Stuttering. I have been dealing with the stuttering like all night so far. It is not fun.
You ass shit!
What? Shit! For a safe race today, folks.
Son of a bitch!
Ah, crap! Folks, we have doctors nearby if there's any injury.
Here we go.
Looking comfortable in first with the pack closing in behind. McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win. The new driver, Tommy Angelo, is near the front with no sign of losing position.
Why? Why, Angelo? Why? Why? What was that? Why were you having such a problem doing small adjustments on that turn? Why? Of all the times to oversteer. I'm reminded of my Hawaii Classic license test in Test Drive Unlimited 2, where one of the drivers is to drive in a U pattern made of cones, wet pavement, and you're driving a classic three-wheeled car.
We got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichten. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off.
Here we go.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
So yeah, see how it stops a few seconds there? Yeah, that happened to me too.
Who's going to survive the Los Angeles?
Son of a bitch!
They're bunching up
There we go. You didn't do a crazy oversteer there, did you?
Taylor, Anderson, Angelo, all still in the mix, with time still left to go.
Yeah, see ya! Son of a bitch!
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
Okay, here we go.
Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now. Who needs Mikey Dunn? This guy is a fine replacement.
You're kidding me!
Not pretty at all.
No, 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 you... No! Fuck! Damn it! Stop it! Damn it! I was trying to avoid the guy. I was trying to avoid the guy that did the jump. I was trying to avoid him. And oh. Hi there, Cage. Welcome to the stream. I am losing my mind over this race.
Hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
I've been losing my mind over this thing.
The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is...
You're kidding me! Son of a bitch!
Well, a safe race today, folks.
Well, that does too big of a gap between the... I need to be above 10 at that corner there. Otherwise, the leading pack is too far ahead, and it doesn't matter, like, what I do to the people that are all around me.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg.
Starts doing Speed Racer Carfu shit. Oh, I wish I could be like Speed Racer where he does like
glug,
the...
glub, glug, glub, glug.
2, 1...
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is...
Oh, I didn't realize Lichtenberg had a problem with his car.
Who's going to survive the Los Angeles...
Oh, shit!
First turn. They're bunching up, and I think they're going in. Some of these drivers being tested. There's more than paper being straightened in their today.
There we go. You've only been reliving this race about 40 times? Oh, more than that at this point, I believe.
You're kidding me!
These drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now.
Jesus!
Some rough racing out there. Hopefully...
Yeah!
Fuck you, 7. Honestly, just fuck you. Me just wanting to ram into things, just like, out of the way! Move! Get out of here! It's 9 o'clock!
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today.
Of course, Tommy is in the lucky number 13. Yeah.
Lined up on the grid, they're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is
Oh, shit! Asshole!
aggressive driving from Angelo.
Amateur!
Well, that didn't do much better. I almost got it. I feel like I just have to luck into the NPCs, like, fucking themselves over somehow. Because they do feel aggressive some days. And then other days they're just like, you know, out speeding me.
We got the hot shot favorite. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The track roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. Ah, crap! Son of a bitch! Who's going to survive the Los Angeles Circuit's famous first turn? They're busting up, and I think that's going. Son of a bitch!
Go.
Him? Oh my, that looks terrible. I hope they can walk away. What? It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
Okay, here we go.
Jesus! Hopefully nothing serious.
Hopefully nothing serious as I nearly crashed like 2 or 3 times.
Shit! With time still left to go.
There we go.
Jesus! Reed and Wilson drop back to the rankings. Now near to Bennifer and Angelo. The race lead is gone. Lichtenberg's exit really has thrown this race out wide. They all stay. Jesus! Him? Yes! Lichtenberg's not going to win, and Angelo's trailing too. Unless...
Ah.
With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position. Garcia struggles on the bend. This can go anywhere.
I'm just gonna have my headphones off for a little bit. I don't need the commentator. Just there we go.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete
Taking
with
some
us.
time out of the International Series and complete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Haven's local favorite, Mickey Dunn, is out. Replacing him is Tommy Angelo. Well, I'm sure he'll join me in wishing him good luck.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The track roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. Shit! Son of a bitch!
Nope, not having the headphones on does not help. We experimented with that. It was not a good idea. Turns out I do need sound. So what is with the small of my back?
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
3, 2, 1.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Los Angeles? Son of a bitch! Ah, crap! They're bunching up, and I think that's collision. Some of these drivers can't miss it. There's more than paintwork getting straightened in there today.
all that wasted because I did not do good on that turn to the uphill. I knew it was dicey when I did it, and I didn't pay attention on the turn downhill.
Time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is... They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack roars away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something...
Oh, interesting. Oh, no, not good, not good. That was just a waste.
Jesus! Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Asshole! Him? Asshole! Oh, shit!
Drop back to the rankings. Now near to Benifer and Angelo.
There we go.
McAllen's looking comfortable in first, with the pack closing in behind.
What are you doing? You were only going 20 kilometers an hour. What do you mean you couldn't turn out of that? I feel like I'm riding on bicycle wheels.
Got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today.
How many of you are getting frustrated with this?
Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is out. Replacing him is,
And there's all the stuttering going off. Hopefully, by having all the stuttering going off here, it's not going to be as much of an issue when we get into the race.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack rolls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Son of a bitch! Him? Him? Asshole!
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
Yeah!
Up close and personal with the back leader. This race is far from over. It's a tight pack as they fight for first. McAllen's looking comfortable in first, with the pack closing in behind.
No, 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 no. Just banging my fists together, hoping I will get some special treatment.
Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us today. Got some news from the grid here. Lost Heaven local favorite Mikey Dunn is out. Replacing him is, Tommy Angelo. Well, I'm sure you'll all join me in wishing him good luck. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
You're making drifting from Additional D like deja vu? I don't... Yeah, but this game doesn't want me to drift. The game wants me to win.
Son of a bitch! You're kidding me!
still 5th after all that.
Far from over.
You're kidding me!
What a race!
Go.
The driving's been incredible. Luxembourg's exit clearly. Closes race outside. They all spell victory.
What?
Hope for a safe race.
No, 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 no. Oh, thank goodness. Fuck you.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win.
Ah, amateur!
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Not gonna win, and Angelo's trailing too. Unless there's more surprises in store.
What, him?
Reed and Wilson drop back to the rankings, now near to Benever and Angelo.
Stop stuttering!
Son of a bitch!
Driving from Angelo. McKellen loses his first.
Shit!
Garcia struggles on the bend. This could go anywhere.
Son of a...
No, you bastard! Just want to flip the table. Show them who's the winner. Just go and win the race. Oh yeah, just go and win the race. What do you think I'm doing? Just go and win the race. Sure. Yeah, for you, Jack. This one's gonna win me the race. This one right here. Just you wait. This one.
They're ready to start.
This one right here.
They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Lost Heaven Circuit's famous?
Son of a bitch! You're kidding me!
I see some collisions. Some of these drivers mean business. There's more than paintwork being painted here today.
What?
Some rough racing.
Him?
Hopefully nothing serious. Oh no, quite a collision over there. Up close and personal with the back leaders. This race is far from over.
Asshole! Oh, shit!
Taylor, Anderson, Angelo, all still in the mix with time still left to go.
Son of a bitch! Oh, shit!
Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now. Second lap. It's a tight pack as they fight for first.
Jesus!
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
No, don't get stuck in the hay bales! Don't get stuck in the hay bales!
Jesus!
Lichtenberg no longer a contender. The front three are jostling for position.
Damn it.
What?
Leading,
No, 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 no! God damn it! This was supposed to be the one! That was supposed to be the one, I could feel it!
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. The pack roars away, but there were some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
You asshole!
I don't know how to deal with the corn. I don't know how to deal with that corn when I get into it. If I turn too much, I spin out. I need to be hitting into those people in order to make as much ground as I can between all the different racers.
Hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the international.
Actually, one of the things I will do, because... where's the subtitles? Subtitles off.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Son of a bitch! Ah, crap!
Heaven Circuit's famous first turn. Bunching up, and I think the some of these drivers being hit. They're holding paintwork. From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out.
Asshole!
Is
Ah,
out.
crap!
Who's going to survive the Los Angeles Circuit's famous first turn?
Asshole!
And I think the collision. Some of these drivers being hit. There's more than
You're no good!
Well, that aggression almost worked. Almost. It almost worked. Oh my goodness. Why do you take forever to load? What the fuck do you have to do, game?
Favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking time out of the... They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive? The
Son of a bitch! You kidding me?
They're bunching up, and I think the collision. Some of these drivers being taken. There's more than paintwork getting sprayed in there today.
Son of a bitch! Shit!
Do I need to call it tonight? Do I need to call it? It is 10 p.m. I got work the next day. I know I'm told myself to, like, go for slightly longer, like, streams and such like that, but oh my goodness. I thought I would be done with this back at 9 o'clock. I thought I would get to first after, like, an hour of trial. It's been almost 2. Oh, I'm going crazy.
In trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out.
Asshole!
Go for a safe race today, folks.
Ah, crap!
Probably would call your blood pressure would appreciate it. I have no idea what my blood pressure is right now. I took off the smartwatch to leave it to charge for the night before I put it back on for sleep. it's just pain. I get that it's pain, Velk, but it can be done. It can be done. I know it can be done. There's no way they would let you be in a race and not let you get first.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is... Son of a bitch! Oh, shit!
Get... Oh my... Couldn't latch off my car, could you? I think everyone has said this race is agony. Yeah.
From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg, taking some time out of the International Series to compete with us. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start. They're off. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. Son of a bitch! Out. Ah, crap! Who's going to survive the Los Angeles first turn? You asshole! From Europe, we got the hotshot favorite, Martin Lichtenberg. They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
Feel it. I'm so close.
The black pulls away, but there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite. Shit, asshole! Richard driving Tarantula.
Him?
What a race today, folks. The driving's been incredible.
Him?
What is up with my neck? What is... Also, game? Oh, there we go. Now the AP works. It's not really liking this right now.
They're lined up on the grid. They're ready to start.
Here we go.
But there are some worried faces from the mechanics in the pit lane. Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car.
Him? Jesus!
Some rough racing out there. Hopefully nothing serious.
Not what I wanted. I think my arms are tired. Maybe. Just maybe. I probably should call it a night. If I do another crash here, I think yes, most certainly I'll need to call it a night. My arms are getting tired. I know it doesn't look it right now because I don't have the arm tracking right now, but yeah. The arms are getting tired.
Lichtenberg's in trouble. There's something up with his car. Lichtenberg is out. The favorite is out. Who's going to survive the Los Angeles?
Son of a bitch!
They're bunching up, and I see them coming. Some of these drivers being business. There's more than paintwork getting scraped in there today.
Shit!
Go. hopefully nothing serious.
McKellen is leading. Moore not far behind. Anyone could win. With Lichtenberg no longer a contender, the front three are jostling for position. It's a tight package.
Son of a bitch! Ah, crap!
Tommy Angelo takes the lead.
Yep, come on, stay there. Yeah! There we go.
Driver Tommy Angelo.
Oh, I don't know how to do this one. Hang on.
Some drivers really starting to stretch out ahead now.
And then cut corner here.
Yes, you asshole!
Aggressive driving from Angelo.
That's fine. That's fine.
The driving's been incredible.
Him?
Oh, my Angelo there, back in the lead position. Can he hold on? Lichtenberg actually really has thrown this race out wide. Victory. Anderson and Garcia are in second and third, waiting for a mistake from Angelo.
Oh, no. Come on, come on, come on. There we go, there we go. Come on. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. There we go.
Angelo is still out in front. Can he hold on? Newcomer Tommy Angelo is still out in front.
There we go.
Tommy Angelo's in first, but will he stay there? Up close and personal with the pack leaders.
Come on. Yes. 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 Let's go. Come on. No more crashes. Yes. Woo! Yes. Did it. Put this thing back on. Woo! Don't you dare joke about that code.
Hey, Tommy!
Tommy!
Hey, Tom. Just want to thank you for stepping in like you did. I had 6 months rent right
Also-
on that race. I'd be homeless.
Yes, yes, code. After 2.5 hours, that was my first try.
Stop by my garage when you get a chance. I might have a line on something that'll turn a buck for you.
Sure.
So yeah, that was
I knew you wouldn't let us down. Tom.
that was like our quote unquote first try.
Amarillo's gonna be picking up pennies off the sidewalk for weeks.
Hey, what about the European?
He's probably wearing cement boots by now, the poor bastard. Here. You earned every dollar of this. Take your girl out somewhere nice.
Thanks, boss.
You got a girl, right?
Can't believe the race leader fucking died. Yeah, the race leader, rest in peace, but fuck yeah. Got him.
Good boy. Go get yourself a drink.
Congratulations, big hero.
Nah, just got lucky's all.
Well, I had my money on the other guys, so drinks are on you.
Oh.
There. Now you're ready for the pictures.
Thanks.
And hey, when you're done celebrating, you might want to go find your buddy Paulie. He's so drunk, he's gonna get hit by a parked car.
Yeah, okay. I'll get him home safe.
Alright. Is there...
Holly and the rest of your pals have drunk through half my bar already. You found him yet?
That's all for another year, folks.
You mama made that look easy. Tommy.
When requested.
When they
Oh yeah, I can turn back on the, I can turn back on the subtitles.
started racing here 20 years ago, most guys didn't even make the finish.
Ah, magic's in the motor, Ralph. I just showed it where to go. Hey, you seen Paulie?
That win just put my daughter through another year at school, Tom.
Hey.
Nice.
Anything for the Colettis.
Well, enjoy the moment. But deal with Paulie before he embarrasses himself and the family. I will not let the boss's day end sourly.
You don't have to worry, Frank. I'll find him.
Great race, champ.
I've been asked by the LHPD to remind all racegoers that the sale and consumption of alcohol is strictly prohibited, and arrests will be made. Thank you.
Great race, champ.
Hey, last time I saw you drive like that, Tom, I had a gun to your head.
You saying there wasn't one today?
When our side of town is drowning in dough, that means you're safe. Hey, you seen Paulie? Guy's soused. Came through walking sideways.
This
Yeah,
your
I
first
heard.
time at the track?
Last year I heard the motors for my apartment, but that's as close as I've gotten before.
They'll start to try to clear us out before
How'd you
dark.
drive after the tuna?
Tried to go sidelong at the 5 brick walls, but we made it. You seen Paulie anyplace?
Came by 5 minutes ago, maybe. Looked like it had a smell from the barrel.
Sounds about right. Thanks, Lucas.
I'd ask again that people please leave when requested and refrain from finding illicit substances. Let's not make it like last year, folks.
Alrighty, let's see. Where is he?
Oh, thank Christ you're here. If your friend keeps this up, the other guy's gonna send the cops over.
Yeah, I think Paulie's big day at the track's over.
No, now I have to drive you, don't I? Please don't make this a problem for me.
Boo, and the chicken says quack. What does the bird say?
I don't know, but the security guy back there says you gotta go home.
Guy's an asshole. You should show some respect.
Well, that's true, but I'm saying you gotta go home too, before you resurface the pit lane.
Well, okay then. I guess.
Let's go, champ.
Alright, let's get you into... I'm guessing that car is mine.
You did real good today, Tommy, with the driving. I was right. I was right when I found you. You know what I said?
What did you say, Paulie?
I said this guy can drive, Don Salieri. This is a guy who can drive.
And here we are.
Here we are. Right here. That's where we are. You put me to shame, Tom. Look at you. Now you're even a Some kind of race car driver.
We all got our...
Doing real good since you joined the family, but you know you got it easy, right? Me and Sam, we keep the real stuff from you.
Do you now?
That right, huh?
You don't know what it's like. You get the call to see the Don and your mind's race. Done some bad shit, Tom.
We're all in this together. I do what the Don asks when he asks it. Just like you.
You're like me, you can't just shut it down. Blank it out like Sam does. Go home to... whoever the hell he goes home to.
Paulie, you're drunk. You're gonna have to clam up for your own sakes.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Alright. Now, there's a cop in front of us, so hopefully we don't bang into them.
I'm not helping you with that today.
Take me to the ladies! Take me to the Blue Tropics.
I don't know. I ought to take you home.
The bridge. Take the bridge over to the island. Take me to the ladies. Take me to those sweet patooties.
I don't know. Taking you home seems more classy.
All right, now we're talking. Oh boy. You should see these dames, Tom. Ooh-hoo-hoo.
I'll leave it to you to swim with the barracudas, Paulie. You're gonna have to tell me where the hell I'm driving.
You don't know?
I don't know.
There's a blue sign.
Gonna need more than that.
Home? Brought me home.
Yeah, I brought you home.
Maybe that's, yeah, a good idea. Yeah, well, okay, I'm gonna...
Sweet dreams, tough guy.
I'm gonna... Yeah, I don't feel so good.
Did it! I am done with that chapter, and I am pretty sure we are done for the night. Oh my goodness. We did it, chat. We didn't like panic. We didn't break down. We didn't cry or no shit.
Yeah, that's the call, Tom. You want anything else?
Nah, I'm heading home.
I survived and I thrived.
I ask maybe a small favor. Huh?
What's up?
Luigi, what do you need?
Welcome my daughter home.
Sarah? The way I hear it, she doesn't need any kind of escort.
She's a tough. There's this pack of boys near her place. The punks, you know, cattivi ragazzi. They talk blue, make advances. Sarah, she's gonna speak at the mind. But maybe she says a somber thing they don't like. Things that get ugly. But if you working at home, this will remind these punks she's the Don's a goddaughter.
No problem, Luigi. I'd be honored.
Benny. Sarah, the time to close.
Wait, isn't that the girl from the track?
What's this then?
Tom's gonna take you home.
All right.
Hey, I just work here.
Make sure nobody bother you.
Fine. If it'll make you feel better, Pop.
Hey.
I'll see you tomorrow. Let me get my coat.
I'll wait for you outside.
Okay.
You okay?
I don't need anyone walking me home.
Hey, we were talking about meeting up tonight anyway.
All right. That is going to be it for me tonight. I will figure out how to get, you know, this thingy-majiggy to not be stuttering so much that next time we play it, yes, there will be a next time. I know it sounds crazy after the kind of day that I had with the racing and what have you, but we're gonna figure it out, okay? Don't you worry. All right? Now then, we gotta go, and we gotta see who is online and who we can go and raid. And we're gonna go raid the guy that made my 3D model, Wolk. That's who we're gonna raid. So we're gonna get that raid ready, and we're just gonna go with a classic himbo raid. If you've got the emotes, you're welcome to use them. If you don't have the emotes, then you're able to use whatever else that you want that you think is appropriate for those emotes. And yeah, that's gonna be it for me tonight. I will be back online Wednesday night for more Shadow of War. That's one of the other games that I wanted to get done on stream. And then Saturday evening is when we got the Final Fantasy patch content, so I hope I'll see any of you there. Otherwise, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.